bentar, bentar. Oke. Halo, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kalian Dr. Najibul Hasan, PDP.
kalau kita masuk Zoom nggak ada langsung masuk tanpa ada menunggu admin ini Mbak. Admin nih nah.
Hitungan ketiga, kamu mulai basmalah. 3, 2.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Today, I will be your master of ceremony. Allow me to read our webinar rules for today. The first rule, the webinar Zoom will be start at 8:30 a.m. And the second, all participants are required to use the real name according to the name that has been registered. The third, all participants can give questions during the question and answer session in chatting Zoom by writing name and question. The fourth, all participants are required to mute the microphone audio during the webinar. And the last, for the attendance link will be shared 15 minutes before the event ends in the Zoom meeting rooms. Okay, let me translate the webinar rules into Indonesian language so the audience understand them well. Untuk rule pertama, webinar Zoom akan kita mulai pada jam 8.30. Untuk semua partisipan, diharapkan menggunakan nama yang sudah didaftarkan pada link pendaftaran. Semua partisipan bisa memberikan pertanyaan ketika acara pertanyaan dan Q&A session dalam chatting room. Seterusnya, semua partisipan diharapkan untuk mematikan atau mute mikrofon audio ketika acara webinar sedang berlangsung. Untuk presensi link akan kami bagikan 15 menit sebelum acara berakhir. Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Innal hamdalillah nahmaduhu wa nasta'inuhu wa nastaghfiruh wa na'udzu billahi min sururi anfusina wa min sayyiati a'malina may yahdihillahu fala mudhillalah wa may yudlilhu fala hadiyalah. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh la nabiyya wa rasula ba'da. Amma ba'du. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Muhammad Sheikhul Bashir, student of Graduate School Islamic Education Management, Faculty of Education and Teacher Training of State Islamic University Sunan Kalijaga Yogyakarta. It is an exciting and interesting occasion for me to be your Master of Ceremony on this international web conference by the title, Reforming the Role of Higher Education Toward Global Competitiveness. Before we go further into the main agenda, I would like to acknowledge the representative university officials and the guest speakers in this event. His Excellency, Rector of State Islamic University Sunan Kalijaga Yogyakarta, Professor Dr. Pil Almakin MA, and all Vice Rectors. Dean of Faculty of Islamic Education and Teacher Training of State Islamic University Sunan Kalijaga Yogyakarta, Dr. Hajah Sri Sumarni MPD and all Vice Deans, and all our special guest speakers today.
Sudah bergabung belum ya?
Professor Dr. Jeffrey Brooks from Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology, University, Australia. Professor Dr. Haji Muhammad Atta Mudzar, MA, from State Islamic University, Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. Associate Professor Dr. Mujibul Hasan Siddiqui from Department of Education, Aligarh Muslim University, India. Associate Professor Dr. Melati Binti Sumari from Faculty of Education, University Malaya, Malaysia, and all distinguished guest participants. First of all, let's say thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the Lord of the world, the Master of the day after, the Creator of everything in this universe, and also who has been benevolent in guiding us with happiness, health, and mercy. Thus, we can be reconciled and allow me to be here in this international web seminar without any hurdle. Praise and salutation be upon our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. He is the last messenger and the best figure in this universe, and also the best person who was able to save us from Jahiliyah era. Distinguished guest participants, ladies and gentlemen, we have series of schedule in this web conference, so allow me to read several announcements of our plans today. The first agenda is opening. The second agenda is Indonesian National Anthem, Indonesia Raya. The third agenda is keynote speech from Rector of State Islamic University, Sunan Kalijaga. The fourth agenda is welcome speech from Dean of Faculty of Islamic Education and Teacher Training of State Islamic University, Sunan Kalijaga. The fifth agenda is the main agenda, web seminar. The last agenda is closing. Let's begin the first agenda. Let's start our agenda today by reciting Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Step on the following agenda is Indonesian National Anthem, Indonesia Raya. The next agenda is keynote speech from Rector of State Islamic University, Sunan Kalijaga, Professor Dr. Pil Almakin, MA. Please, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
So please allow me to share my screen make me co-host. So thank you for this opportunity. I am at the moment not in the campus after biking for a while with some uh, vice rectors and then deans. Now we are staying for a moment in a cafe to have another meeting. So please make me co-host or host in order me enable to share some materials. Once again, thank you very much for holding this conference. This is so many times already. Perhaps next time I will ask vice rectors to give a speech or perhaps to open ceremony, but it's okay. At the moment, because everybody is busy, I will do it because this is Tarbiyah. Thank you, Ibu Dean of the Faculty of Tarbiyah, Ibu Sri Sumarni, Vice Deans, Professor Munib, Dr. Zainal Arifin, Dr. Mahali, all heads of the department, all students of graduate studies, everybody, those who contributed for making this conference to happen. Today, I will talk a little bit differently because usually I talk about education, character building, morality. So Tarbiyah faculty forced me to learn more because I don't want to present the same material over and over. So I have something. Let me share with you. Could you see that? Okay, if you could see my presentation, it means we are fine. And in this occasion, let me not forget to greet my mentor, those who first give me opportunity to join University Sunan Kalijaga, Professor Atok Mudor. I wish he's here. Whether he's here or not yet, I'm not sure. Ibu Din, whether Pak Atok already joined in this forum or not. I'm asking. Pak Atok is here?
Join, Pak Atok.
Yeah, I'm here.
Join.
Yes,
Yes,
Pak Atta is here.
Okay, I would like to extend my gratitude and I would like to extend my high deep respect for Pak Atok Mudor who trained me for the first time when I returned from Canada. I got a master's degree and I had no job at the time. And then he gave me opportunity to help him as a rector, and then I helped him typing some letters and also deliver some letters and make me as a also correspondent to communicate with other guests from many countries. Thank you, Pak Ato, as my mentor. I thank for that opportunity, and it really indeed very meaningful to me. And from that start point, I grow up and I develop what you have given to me. Thank you very much, and I do really appreciate your coming to our university. I wish the COVID is over so that we could meet physically. I wish Ibu Atok Mudor also well, and please be happy and stay healthy. Okay, let me start with my presentation about pluralism in education. Let me see the reality in Indonesia and the concept of pluralism that we can imagine, or the ideal state of pluralism. This is Indonesian reality, that Indonesia is very diverse in terms of nature. We have very sophisticated, complex, complicated ecosystem. This ecosystem consists of nature, either plants or animals. But so let me turn off the music. Matiin. Yeah. This ecosystem, particularly in the jungle of Papua and in Kalimantan or Sumatra, is very well known, contributing to science of biology and biodiversity. many inventions and many discoveries due to this forest. And we know David Attenborough from the BBC. He's a well-known writer and also broadcaster that cover Papua and also Borneo and Sumatra, introducing to the world the diversity of our ecosystem. And at the same time, if we look at our ocean also offers something that is incredible, incomparable, not found elsewhere in the world. We have so diverse coral reefs, so diverse fishes, and so many lives in marine. So this is like open opportunity for Indonesians to learn how diverse our nature, how lucky, how fortunate Indonesia blessed with these natural bounties. However, in this occasion, I will ask us to contemplate that this diverse ecosystem has implication in the way in which nature also implies the structure of society. There is a concept we call biomimicry. If the nature is a complex, if the nature is diverse, it means society in response to nature likewise. Our society, our cultures, our tradition shows diversity. We have 300 ethnicities, 1,300 religions, not 6, various traditions, 700 languages, 18 or 19,000 islands. This shows diversity. This diversity has implication, which is that we have to adapt to our diverse environment in terms of nature, but also implies that we have to adapt the diversity of society. So nature also determines the way in which human being responds to ecosystem. And I think Indonesian populations and Indonesian citizens offer these diverse cultural traditions. We have 700 dialects, 300 languages. How incredible. And I will ask us, call upon us to see that this diversity is a blessing. Is this a rahmat? It's not obstacle. This is not going to hinder us to progress, but on the other way around, this diversity is capital. It is a potential to make us progress, and from this diverse society and diverse environment, we could contribute something to the world. Let us look the way in which diversity is expressed in the intellectual exercise, in the laws, and in the literary concepts. In response to diversity of nature, we have many manuscripts in Javanese, Bugis, Minangkabau, Dayak, Sasak, that reflects diversity of nature. For instance, in Serat, Babat, or other manuscripts, all echoes these diversities. However, this is a fact that we should accept and we should be realized to criticize ourselves. Our laws and rules in Indonesia is far from reflecting diversity. Our law remains homogenization. Our law, for instance, PNPS number 1, 1965, which is called blasphemy law. Anyone who show hatred or criticism to religion can be jailed up to 5 years. This law is no longer relevant. However, in 2010, perhaps inspired by Gus Dur or Abdurrahman Wahid, this law is under judicial review. But the judicial review failed. That is the first fact. The second fact is that our intellectuals, albeit previous predecessors, like Mukti Ali, Abdurrahman Wahid, Nurholis Majid, Triar Kara, and the current intellectual, Syafi'i Ma'arif, already warned us that we should reformulate what we call pluralism or keragaman in Indonesia, but this endeavor is not sufficient yet. We still far from being sufficient in formulating what is called diversity or pluralism. So this is our immense huge task for Indonesians to reformulate what we call pluralism. So to face for this, let us move to another slide. Here is the real condition of education in Indonesia, which doesn't respond to the ideas of diversity. Education in Indonesia is mostly mono-religious. Muslims learn only Islam, Catholic learns only Catholicism, Protestant only learn Protestantism, Hindu learn only Hinduism, Buddhist learn only Buddhism, Confucius learn only Confucianism, and etc. This trend of education so far absolutely not on the right track. We should change this curricula. We should teach our children from elementary school to high school to university students about other faiths so that could appreciate, they could understand what other religious traditions. Muslims should know what church is. Muslims should learn what pura is. On the other way around, Buddhists should learn mosque, church, etc. So our education remain mono-religious. Those who adhere one religion learn only one theology. They are blind or they do not know anything about rituals, practices, customs, and beliefs of other faiths. This I might call homogenization. Secondly, this has implication that we live in enclave or in cave. We are not exposed to other faiths. And recently we see sectarianism on the public sphere in many general elections, in many political parties, and in many campaigns, it's expressed sectarianism. People tend to group with their own groups. They don't want to look at other groups, either religious organizations, political parties, ethnicities, or any other kinds of group. So we have to open our eyes that Indonesia is very diverse. Indonesia consists of very complicated, sophisticated ecosystem, so the people must be. And what Nurholis Majid and Abdurrahman Wahid already criticized this attitude is called exclusivism. What is ideal condition? Ideal condition, Indonesian should be multi-spirituality. Pak Mukti Ali already warned us that if Muslim want to enter paradise, must ask other religious faiths to enter paradise together. We cannot enter paradise alone. We should call upon our friends with different faiths to enter paradise together. So paradise, according to Pak Mukti Ali, is not exclusively belong to one faith. Pak Mukti Ali, not me. Okay? So we should move to the movement of heterogenization. We should change our curricula into heterogeneity, express diversity and pluralism, and we should adopt open-minded. So our job is very heavy, and I'm sure within 4 years, we should change this direction in our university. And as Nurholis Majid also suggests, we should be inclusive. We should be open-minded. We should learn from other faiths. Let me close my short presentation presenting various figures whom I already paint by my hands. So my hobby is drawing and painting. First, of course, our students, particularly graduate students, should learn Pak Mukti Ali works. Pak Mukti Ali pioneer religious dialogue, interreligious faith, and many other good things we should appreciate and further develop. Abdurrahman Triarkara, below is Triarkara, here is Triarkara, also wrote a very good books, many articles expressing interreligious dialogue and pluralism. We should also learn Abdurrahman Wahid's work. I pen Abdurrahman Wahid, I give it to Mbak Alisa, Abdurrahman Wahid's daughter. We should not only paint, but we should also read his works. Buya Shafi'i Ma'arif, of course, is a very important figure and is very courageous. He set good examples for younger generations. We should appreciate him. We should pray for him, for his health, because he among with us. And Nurholis Majid. I pen Nurholis Majid. So I pen three figures, Gus Dur, Buya Shafi'i Ma'arif, and Cak Nur. The three figures are very important, and many younger generation forgot their works. They try to like other works from outside the countries, but they forget to appreciate our own leaders and our own thinkers. Once again, I want to express my gratitude and I want to congratulate this event, and I wish that this conference is very fruitful, and I appreciate Prof. Atok Mudor who come to this meeting, who give speech. I wish to listen, but I have another meeting, and sometime I wish to pay a visit to Pak Atok in Jakarta. Thank you, Ibu Dean, Ibu Dr. Sri Murni, Vice Deans, Head of the Department, Committee, all the students. Thank you and congratulations. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much for Professor Dr. Phil Almakin MA for giving us some keynote speech for today. For the fourth agenda is welcome speech from Dean of Faculty of Education and Teacher Training of State Islamic University Sunan Kalijaga, Dr. Hajah Sri Subarni MPD. Please, time is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Phil Almakin, MA, Rector of State Islamic University Sunan Kalijaga Yogyakarta. Professor Dr. Jeffrey Brooks from RMIT University Australia, Professor Dr. Atok Mudhar, MA, from the State Islamic University Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta, Associate Professor Dr. Mujibul Hasan Siddiq from Department of Education, Aligarh Muslim University, India, Associate Professor Dr. Melati Binti Sumari from Faculty of Education, University of Malaya, Malaysia. Lecturers from State Islamic University Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome everyone to the international webinar on reforming the role of higher education toward global competitiveness. It is an honor for me to speak on behalf of the Faculty of Islamic Education and Teaching Science, State Islamic University, Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. My sincere thanks to Dr. Karwati and team of the Master and Doctoral Program in Islamic Education for organizing this webinar. This webinar aims to explore the possibilities of developing suitable formula to engine in an internationally recognized higher degree institution which is responsive to strategic global issues such as next. Yes. No. Back. Yes. This webinar aims to explore the possibilities of developing suitable formula to enter in an internationally recognized higher degree institution with a response to strategic global issues such as organizational health, independency, worldwide networking, and to graduate the students who have 21st century skill. Those skills include creative, critical thinking, next, communication, and collaborative skill. Those four skills would help the student to respond to the continuously changing environment occurring in 21st century, and equip them to remain survive and even improve their capabilities. Organization health can be developed through the international next. Yes. Organizational health can develop through the internalization and of multicultural and multidimensional values, the application of win-win solution to solve the complexities of problem, and the orientation toward international quality assurance standard. For that, quality in higher education is a multi-dimensional, multi-level, and dynamic concept that relates to contextual setting of an educational model, to the strategies, vision, and mission, as well as to the international quality standard and higher commitment to continuous improvement. Developing of higher degree institution will contribute to national growth and global competitiveness. This webinar will discuss many issues as regard of reforming the role of higher education toward global competitiveness. We have invited some experts in their file to share their talk on this occasion. Coming with us today is Professor Dr. Jeffrey Books, Professor Dr. Atok Mudhar, Associate Professor Dr. Mujibul Hasan Siddiq, Associate Professor Dr. Melati Binti Sumari. I hope this will be a thought-provoking webinar for all of the students and trigger more critical thinking regarding the management of higher education in general. Please enjoy the prestigious webinar. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much to Dr. Hajah Sri Subarni MPD for giving us some keynote speech for today. Distinguished guest participants, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main agenda for today's event, International Web Seminar. For our web seminar today, we have two moderators. The first moderator is Sibawaihi MA PhD, and the second moderator is Dr. Hajah Naimah M. Hum. They will be the guide for the web seminar today. Well, I will give the time for our moderator today. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mas Sheikhul Bashir. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, everyone. All the Honorable and the Excellency Rector of Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University, Bapak Profesor Al-Makin and all the vice rectors, Dean of the Faculty of Islamic Education and Teaching Sciences, Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University, Ibu Dr. Hajah Sri Sumarni, MPD, as well as all the vice deans, all the faculty members of the Faculty of Islamic Education and Teaching Sciences of the university, and the special ones, all the speakers, Professor Jeffrey Brooks of RMIT University, Australia, Professor Haji Muhammad Atta Muzhar of Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Jakarta, Indonesia, Dr. Mujibul Hasan Siddiqui of Aligarh Muslim University, India, and Dr. Melati Binti Sumari of the University of Malaya, Malaysia. I would like to deliver my deepest gratitude to all the speakers. Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah wa salatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in amma ba'd. I am so glad to be here among the special people to attend, to participate, and to host this international seminar. My name is Sibawaihi. I am moderator for this seminar, especially in the first session. The second session later will be guided by my colleague, Ibu Dr. Naima. And the speakers for this first session will be Professor Jeffrey Brooks and Professor Haji Muhammad Atta Muzhar. Okay, to make sure that we have been in touch with the two speakers, I would like to greet them. Just to make sure that you've been joining us, Professor Jeffrey, how are you doing?
I'm very good, Sibawahi. How are you?
I'm very good. Thanks very much.
Nice.
Long time no see, Professor Jeffrey.
Yes, great to see you. Thanks for inviting me.
You know, it's been my 9 months since I've left Melbourne before to go back to Indonesia. And how is Australia now?
That's good. We're getting healthy now. So the so the virus is under control. Everything's much better now, and the weather is beautiful.
Yep. Very good to know about that, Dr. Jeffrey. And I heard also something good related to pandemic. I mean, in terms of the number of people affected by coronavirus. Okay, well, nice to meet you again here, Professor Jeffrey. And I hope you and your family will be safe and always in good condition.
Thank you.
I strongly believe that in time we will be able to escape from this difficult situation.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, and then Bapak Profesor Haji Muhammad Atta Muzhar, you've been joining us as well, right?
Ya, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam, Pak Atta Muzhar. Apa kabar, Pak?
Baik, Alhamdulillah.
Ya, Alhamdulillah. Long time no see as well.
Yeah, baik.
Yeah, I think the last time I saw you was possibly almost 20 years ago.
Was it?
Yeah, 20 years ago when you're still a rector of this institution, Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic Institute.
Okay,
and
thank
now
you.
I know you as Professor at Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University. Other than it, what are your activities, sir?
Well, now I'm, I have retired. I'm 72 now, so I have retired from the public service duty 2 years ago. But then the Jakarta Islamic University, State Islamic University, appointed me again as Professor NEDK. It's called NEDK. It's professor with special number.
Oh, okay.
That is applies to emeritus professors basically. For 2 years, and then we'll get extended another 2 years, and so forth, depending on my health. Yeah. Thank you. So I'm still teaching. And supervising basically the doctoral students, and attending these kind of webinars.
Yeah. Okay. Yep, good to know that Professor Ato Muzhar, and nice to see you again here. I hope you and your family are safe, especially in this hard situation.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak-bapak, Ibu-ibu, dan saudara-saudara sekalian yang saya hormati, the topic of this seminar is reforming the role of higher education towards global competitiveness. Globalization is a modern current that its flow is unstoppable. Along with the rapid development of information technology today, almost no entity is not affected by globalization. Through the wave of information technology, the world seems like a village in which all the corners can be easily reached. Globalization in this context brings the world to homogenization. Higher education is considered to be one of the institutions that has received the greatest impact of globalization. In the effort to face globalization, of course, various changes and adjustments must be made. And today we see that due to COVID-19 pandemic, the world has changed. There are many things in life, including in education, especially higher education, should be adjusted, should be changed as well. But how should this globalization be faced? Are we immersed in the flow of globalization or make adjustment to local interests? This will also be related to the question in facing this global competitiveness. What are the criteria for future educational leaders? Okay, all these things will be discussed by the speakers. The first presentation will be delivered by Professor Jeffrey Brooks, but before turning it over to him, I would like to introduce to the audience that Jeffrey Brooks is Professor of Education and Associate Dean of Research and Innovation, Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology, RMIT University, Melbourne, Australia. Prior to this university, he was a professor at Monash University, also in Melbourne, Australia. He was also a lecturer at several universities in the United States of America, at least such as University of Idaho, Iowa State University, University of Missouri, Auburn University, and Florida International University. His research specializations are such as educational leadership, management and administration, education and globalization, school principals and heads of school, and education research method. Anyway, I won't be extending this morning. I can't wait to listen to the presentation from the speakers. Professor Jeffrey Brooks, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Sibuahi.
So, okay. So just
okay.
wondering about the slides.
Okay.
Do you want me to advance your slide or you will do by yourself, Professor Jeffrey?
I can do it by myself, actually.
Oh, thank you very
if you let me share my screen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, everyone. Sibuahi, thank you for the kind introduction, and thanks to everyone for being with us today on this fine morning. I hope you're all safe and well at this time. Salamat. The name of my presentation is Education, Leadership, and Globalization Toward a Global Perspective. There's also, if anybody has questions about this, I'm on Twitter, LinkedIn, and I have a website there that you could follow up, and I'd be happy to answer any questions about it or share resources with you. So to begin with, you'll notice that I'm using a term glocalization and not globalization. So when we talk about globalization, it's a concept that's grounded in economics, but it's been extended beyond economics. And now we talk about this in all spheres of modern society. We talk about ideas going across borders. We talk about how things happening in Indonesia influence things that are happening in Canada or New Zealand or otherwise. And so we understand this as not only an economic process. Now, glocalization, which is slightly different, is another way of thinking about the synthesis of the local and the global. Because often what my research team found is that when you speak to educators about globalization, often they think of it as something happening on the other side of the world that might influence them a little bit. But when we started talking about globalization, we're asking people to first look in their own house, in their own community, in their own backyard, in their own country, to think about the different ways that they're influencing the world and that the world is influencing them. Now this table, or this graph, actually shows the implications of the way that we are interconnected in the world, which is line A, and then our understanding of interconnectivity is line B. So this is just a way of expressing the idea that when you get right down to it, we're all connected around the world. Indonesia, Australia, United States, Russia, everyone is very connected, but we don't really understand or do much thinking about the different ways in which we're connected and the way we influence each other. So when you talk about globalization, it has to, and we talk about it in terms of education, whether it be higher education or work in schools. What it means is that we have to start looking at the intertwined worldwide discourses, different processes of education, different institutions, and the way that those influence local and national policies. So what that really means is it's helping us understand the dynamic way that things interact in our worlds. Okay, so globalization, generally speaking, and globalization have a few potential benefits, to be sure. It enables us to share ideas. It lets us have Zoom webinars like the one we're having right now, where we can hear what other people think about the different kinds of things that interest us. We can make meaningful comparisons about certain things. We can even increase our resources and perspectives as we share ideas across borders. Now, it also comes with certain problems. It can come with economic exploitation. So it can mean that some people are taking advantage of other people across borders. It can also mean that a type of cultural and intellectual colonialism can happen. For example, in Australia, we have a history of just accepting ideas from the United Kingdom and implementing them, whether or not they're really relevant in an Australian context. So that's a bit of a problem for us. It's also globalization can do is it can mean that things like testing and comparing ourselves to other countries can be what dominates the ideas around the things we do, and it can make us conform to things rather than to be creative in the way that we teach and learn and research. So with my research team, we looked at different ways that globalization happens around the world. And what we came to identify is that there were 9 forms of literacy that educators and educational leaders need to understand if they're going to be able to lead and teach now and in the future. So these are political literacy, economic literacy, cultural literacy, moral literacy, pedagogical literacy, information literacy, organizational literacy, spiritual and religious literacy, and temporal literacy. Now, there are more than that, but those are the ones that I'm going to focus at in this presentation today. So what I'm saying here, again, is that educators and leaders need to understand these things, and then they need to understand how to influence those things if they're going to be relevant in the coming years. So the first point is that all politics has formal and informal ways of things happening. So there's both the voting on things, there's democratic decisions, there are decisions based on authority and hierarchy and power, but then there's also informal ways that things get done, right? There's friends will make decisions together. Sometimes things happen behind the scenes that we're not privy to. We need to understand these things to be effective leaders. Now, economic literacy has to do with understanding the way that different economic systems are interrelated with each other. So it means that we need to understand both the economic situation in Malaysia and Yogyakarta or something like that, but we also need to understand how Indonesia is connected to other countries, to Australia, to Thailand, to the United States, to other countries. And that really helps us understand what is going to be happening in the future in terms of the workforce, what kind of world that we're preparing our students for, and what kind of economic issues we're going to have to navigate as leaders. This has to do with both macroeconomics, so big picture ideas about what happens at the national and international level, but it also has to do with microeconomics. What's happening in our communities, what businesses are flourishing or suffering because of the different things that are happening around the world. It also has to do with understanding the neoliberal influence in education. And all that means is we have to recognize when things in education are happening in the best interest of the student and when they're happening to make money. And the bottom line is that if we don't understand that, we're often going to make decisions that are not based on the best thinking and the best research for our students. Cultural literacy has to do with the shared philosophies, ideologies, values, assumptions, so on and so forth, that knit a community together. Now, our welcoming speech at the beginning of today's session identified some of those about Indonesia having different types of plurality and being ready for different types of plurality changing in the future. But it's really important that we understand that. And as our speaker said, that we develop our literacy around things with which we're not familiar. You know, why is it that other people, I believe this and other people believe that? And what do we have in common and what's difference for us? So this has to do with assimilation and acculturation. Now, this just means assimilation is when there's some people who think this, another group of people who think that, and then what happens is one of the groups just gets absorbed into the other group and they all become the same. Acculturation is when there's one group thinks this, another group thinks that, they come together and they create something completely new. And so we have to understand that there's potential here when cultures come together, that sometimes one culture wins out over another, but it doesn't have to be like that. We can create something new together. It's also important to understand that there are many layers to culture, that all of us experience individual culture differently. Like, even though we say we may be in the same culture, my perspective on one thing will be different from your perspective on a thing. And then when you move up through the levels, your peers and families develop their own culture. Your school and organization does. Your community, your national, and then also the global community has different types of culture. We have to understand that culture is not just one big thing, that it's something very dynamic and very differentiated, and that has lots of change across different contexts. Leaders and educators need to develop their religious and spiritual literacy, understanding the plurality that's happening around the world. Even if there's not a lot of different forms of religion in your community, we have to understand that now we're connected around the world. So it's really important that we do understand, you know, what different people, what Muslims, what Buddhist, what Christian, what all, you know, Sikh, Hindu, whatever, what different people, different religions believe, so that we can interact with each other in a respectful way, and so we can understand what ways we have differences and where we have similarities. Temporal literacy is very important for leaders. Now, temporal, that means that we have to develop our understanding of history, of the present context. And since leadership is most focused on the future, we have to make sure we understand the possible futures of people and institutions if we're going to provide something that's relevant. We have to understand that history is lived from multiple perspectives, and we have to develop our skills in using data to predict and project future trends. So one of the things you hear a lot in this space is people saying that we're educating people for a future that isn't there yet, because things are changing so quickly. Now, that may be true, but what we have to remember is that educators and leaders are the people who shape that future. And so it's really important for people to be able to think about the kinds of things that they think will happen in the future, that they want to have happen in the future, and how we shape our daily practices to make that future come into reality. We have to develop more moral literacy, an understanding of social justice, of ethics, of transparency. We have to practice good governance, make sure that people are aware that if we're in leadership positions, we're doing our work in the best interest of their best interest. And we have to understand that this kind of decision making is based sometimes on equity, meaning giving people what they need, and equality, giving everybody the same. These are different types of concepts and different types of decision making processes. We have to develop pedagogical literacy, and this is the special type of literacy that all educators have. Understanding how people learn, understanding the best ways to teach somebody something, understanding issues of assessment, and understanding the different kinds of ways that leaders influence these processes. So that speaks back to the curriculum related issues we develop. So information literacies, we have to understand the digital world and the digital divide, meaning who has good access to the digital world and who doesn't. It also means that we have to know when, why, and how to use information and technology and think critically about it. Just because we have a technological tool or something like that doesn't mean we should use it. We have to always think about carefully the different methods we can use and the reasons we have for using them. We have to all embrace, if we're going to be relevant moving forward, learning about digital and information technology so that we grow throughout our lifetime. Leaders and educators have to develop organizational literacy. So that's identifying the way that people work throughout an organization, how they socialize into it, what kinds of systems are in place for the organization to grow and learn as it moves forward. We have to understand processes for goals and planning and diversity in many forms. And we have to make sure that the structure is aligned with what we know about what is happening at a global perspective. If we don't do these kinds of things, our organizations will not work. So how do we put these things together? What I would put to everyone, individually and as organizations, is we have to go through 4 processes. We have to learn. So that's reading research, reading books, reflecting on what's happening about us. We have to develop our literacy, which means understanding what those ideas look like in practice. We have to practice leadership, which means influencing those different types of literacies I talked about. And then we have to reflect on and assess the different kinds of things that we've done and begin our learning again. So what I'm saying is that educators and leaders always have to be in a state of learning about their environment and about these different types of literacies I've talked about, practicing the ways they influence them, and then learning lessons from those. Okay. So 3 basic points to keep in mind is that the world is constantly changing. You can never think that you know everything about a topic. You always have to keep researching, keep reading, keep listening, keep learning, and expanding your knowledge. You have to understand also that everything is connected. So when something happens politically, it influences the information, the way information flows. It influences the different kinds of economic issues that happen around that topic. And so you can't just be satisfied with learning about some of those things because they all influence each other. It's also important to remember that none of these things happen in a vacuum, and that while the world changes, some people are going to get more and some people are going to get less. We have to do our job as educators and leaders to make sure that we are doing things with equity and justice in mind. So as a few final thoughts, I think it's important to remember for all of you that leaders are uniquely positioned to influence all of these aspects of globalization. And then in the future, the people with the greatest understanding who have worked to develop their literacy in each of these areas are going to be the people with the skill and the ability to influence them and to be able to bring the greatest processes and outcomes to bear for their organizations and for their countries even. So with that, I will go ahead and close up. thank you very much for your attention. As I said before, if you care to reach out to me about it with any questions as we move forward, I'm happy to discuss them with you either in the session or later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Jeffrey. It was very nice and interesting presentation. Globalization and localization. So in addition to globalization, we should pay great attention to localization, which, as you said, it is a meaningful integration of local and global dynamics. So you also talk a lot of the forms of literacy in which they should be realized and understood by future leaders. That's very interesting, Professor Jeffrey Brooks. Thank you. And I think we are going to step out to the next speaker, Professor Haji Muhammad Atok Muzhar. But before turning it over to him, just a little bit about him, even though most of you, especially Indonesia, I believe, I think know him well already. He was rector of Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic Institute, UIN, or what's so-called now Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University, in 1996 to 2001. He was also rector at UIN Imam Bonjol Padang West Sumatra in 2006 to 2007. He completed his master's degree in social and development at the University of Queensland, Brisbane, Australia. Then he took his PhD at the University of California, Los Angeles, the United States. In one of the articles I read, it is said that the leadership under him at Sunan Kalijaga played a significant role and made huge contribution to the development and the progress of this higher education institution. Among of the most prominent things from his role and contribution were the administration, bureaucratic management, and the academic development of the institution. He is also a prolific writer on Islamic law and jurisprudence. Okay, we're gonna listen to his presentation. Bapak Profesor Haji Muhammad Atok Muzhar, dipersilakan.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Sibawaihi, the moderator. And I also like to thank Professor Brooks, who has for his being with me in this panel today. Also, probably we never met, but now I'm introducing myself, I guess. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for having invited me to this webinar. I have accepted the invitation, not because I am pretending to be an expert on education, but simply because the invitation came from the State Islamic University of Yogyakarta. As many of you might know, and as it has been mentioned also, I was director of this university from 1996 to 2001. Then it was called the State Institute of Islamic Studies, Sunan Kalijaga Yogyakarta. Also, with a little experience of teaching that I have in this university and various other universities in Indonesia, since 1990, I was encouraged to accept the invitation. May I also thank Bapak Rektor, Professor Al-Makin, for his kind words about me in his remarks. I'm proud to see that the younger generation are now taking responsibility in this university. My topic is reforms of higher education after COVID-19 pandemic. I'm not going to talk much about globalization, but I'm trying to throw some ideas. What shall we do in terms of higher education after the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic? The impact of COVID-19 pandemic has been felt strongly in the field of education, including higher education, not only in the use of Zoom classes, but in the whole range of interactions among university members. Many countries have discussed the possible reforms of their higher education. Some even use the terms of no going back policy. I think we saw the United Kingdom, India, Australia, and the United States of America, they have discussed this issue. Now let's go to the functions of higher education. One may say that there are three functions of higher education. First, to supply the competing needs of the market. Secondly, to ensure the availability of skilled workers. And thirdly, to develop research and the advancement of knowledge. In the Indonesian nomenclature, we are familiar with the statement that can rephrase those three functions: Tridharma perguruan tinggi, namely teaching, research, and community services. There are at least three areas of reforms to be looked at. First one is the system, which include the redesigning the goals of the education and the structure of the education. Secondly, the institution, which includes the resilience and the flexibility of the institution. I'm talking now about after the impact of the COVID-19. Thirdly, the process, which includes the creativity and the effectiveness of educational processes. Let's go to those levels of reforms that I mentioned. First, reforms at the system level. At this stage, Indonesia may not need to reformulate the national goals of education, as they are already clearly stipulated in the Article 3 of the law number 20 of 2003 on national education. And they were relevant then as they are still relevant today. I quote, the Article 3 said, to develop students' potentialities, this is my own translation, by the way, to develop students' potentialities that enable them to have faith and compassion in one God Almighty, with noble characters, healthy, knowledgeable, skilled, creative, independent, and to become democratic and responsible citizens. I think the formulation is still good. The statement is still relevant up until today. In terms of the structure of education, Indonesia may not need to revisit the issue, as it is still relevant today too. We have elementary, secondary schools, and then higher education, undergraduate, master's degrees, doctoral degree, S1, S2, and S3. I think they are still relevant and they are also practiced in most part of the world. What is needed is perhaps the introduction into it, the multi-entry and multi-exit system, What I mean is students can come and go at any point of time without losing their credits. Why? The reason being that financial capabilities consideration as impacted by the COVID-19. Let's move on to the second level, reforms at the institutional level. There are issues to be emphasized here as far as reforms at the institutional level are concerned. Firstly, higher degrees of resilience. Universities need to be more resilient financially due to decreasing revenues caused by the lowering number of students enrollment. I don't know if this is confirmed by the enrollment of the university. Secondly, affordability. Since students' parents have now less money, or even perhaps unemployed as affected by the pandemic, universities need to be affordable in their tuition fees. They have to be pocket friendly. There need to be some kind of policy, say a cap policy or a ceiling policy on fees charged by private universities and also so private universities can charge students only to a certain level, that much, and you shouldn't go over that for economic considerations of the students. Thirdly, flexibility. Universities need to be more flexible now to adapt to new circumstances and to adopt new innovations in designing and offering new programs of studies. They need to consider offering microcredit courses to students. Again, because students might come and go more frequently, then they might need they might need subjects with smaller credit. Or perhaps the semester system can be revised now into like a quarter system. I think in some medical faculties, actually, it has been implemented that you don't go like for the full semester for one subject. You go like for 6 weeks, like 6 or 10 meetings for certain topics. Fourthly, the autonomy. Universities need to have a greater autonomy in handling financial issues and the rationalization of the organization, especially for public universities. This is especially true for public universities because they are sort of now, they are ranked like university as Badan Hukum University and so on and so on. And so I think this does not give the freedom, does not give autonomy to the university. Every university, every public university has to be Badan Hukum University. Let's move on to the third level of reforms. The list that I'm presenting is, of course, not limited to those that I mentioned. It could be enlarged and extended. At the process level, many things have to be reconsidered too, as far as the process of learning and teaching are concerned. Among other things, students now may be allowed to take more courses in particular semester, as teachings are conducted through Zooms, which are very time effective. They don't have to go to the campus. They don't have to spend time for transportation. Secondly, students are encouraged to take more courses in summer or semester pendek in Bahasa Indonesia to help accelerate the completion of studies. Thirdly, lecturers and professors should act as individual mentors to students by their availability at all times for academic consultations. Actually, this is practiced in the pesantren where santris are always where kiais are always available for consultation with the santris, and it should be practiced by the universities as well. But I think it's not happening now because the size of the class is so large and so forth. The syllabus need to be rewritten in a great detail so that students may consult to it for their sources and assignments anytime with clarity. You don't have to see the teachers. You don't have to see the professors. What you have to do is to consult the guidelines. Students also need to have high degree of reading mentality. Students need to have high degree of research mentality. Students need to take initiatives to expand their own networks on certain fields of studies. Students may arrange their own practicum outside the university, and so forth, for credits, of course. So these are, among other things, things that could be reconsidered and to be introduced probably in our university system. That's all I had to say. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Atok Muzhar. It was nice presentation as well. Jadi Bapak Profesor Atok Muzhar relates higher education reform to post-COVID-19 pandemic. So due to the changes caused by globalization, especially in the pandemic era, there are at least 3 aspects that should be paid great attention to: system, institution, and process. It's amazing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak-bapak, Ibu-ibu, dan rekan-rekan mahasiswa yang saya hormati, since both speakers deliver their presentation already, now we're gonna step out to the next session, questions. So I invite the audience, all of you, to ask questions, which can be written in the chat room, or you ask directly by turning on your microphone. Question, please.
I have a question, sir.
Yep, silakan.
Hello, my name is Alfi. I'm a student of Master in Islamic University Sunan Kalijaga, and I have a question to Mr. Jeffrey from Australia. Hello, Mr. Jeffrey.
Hello.
Yeah. I have a question regarding to the religious and spiritual literacy. Actually, I have experience about the student in Islamic Senior High School. And in the school, we teach about Islamic values for them. Example is not to drink alcohol or not to eat pork and etc. Because we are in a Muslim school. But unfortunately, when they come back home, in the house, their parents have a lot of alcohol. I mean, yes, alcohol in their in their cabinet, and sometimes and not sometimes, oftenly, the parent blame us. I mean, blame the teacher not to teach, not to create the student become religious. I mean, like, yes, I want to see about your perspective about this problem. I mean, thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. I think that from my own perspective, I think that what's important to keep in mind is that that children and adults learn in many different ways and in many different places. And that I didn't put it up there now, but for example, students spend much more time at home than they do at school. That doesn't mean that the home is necessarily a more important teacher, but what it does mean is that when we teach students different issues in the school, one of the things that becomes really important is to make sure that we're thinking about the kind of context that they're going to have outside of the school. And so in that situation, I think one of the things to remember, or one of the things to think about anyway, is that it's not just enough to just say, well, you shouldn't do this because you're Muslim, or or all of that. That I think that we have to understand, almost in a way, make sure that we put them in those situations in our education and tell them, for example, you will be put in situations where these things are put in front of you, So let's talk about how you respond to that. It's a difficult one because obviously it's competing values, right? Because obviously they're the values of Islam, which you want to teach, which you want to have upheld and all of that. But we also want to make sure that we're teaching the value of people respecting their parents. So they get different messages coming from different types of places. It can be difficult, but what I would say is what we want to always do is teach them not just sort of the lesson, but we need to teach them how to engage with situations like this. So the critical thinking that goes around it. So we have to be able to teach them to say, not just say, okay, don't drink because you're Muslim, because we might say that, but we say that, but we also say, now, if you're in a situation where one of your friends is offering you drinking and saying, here, you should come and do this, then we have to help them understand what they can do in that situation. It's a difficult one to deal with, I know. We have that situation everywhere here too.
And is there in Australia the similar problem like this? I mean, like the religious and spiritual, which is contradictive in a school and also in a house?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in Muslim families, there are quite a few Christian and Catholic people in Australia, and there things happen like this all the time. So yeah, it's very common. But I think that's the key, is making sure that we're not just telling them don't do this because you're Christian or Muslim or whatever, but that we're telling them, okay, here's what the religion tells us. Here's why it's telling us this. And here's what it means for your life, not just saying, well, you shouldn't do it because I told you so, or you shouldn't do it because it's, in the Quran or it's in the tradition or something, but also remembering that they have to make their decisions in life. And so we can say to them, so make sure that you understand that when someone says this to you, you can say, no, I don't do that because these are my beliefs. Or you can say, no, that's one way of looking at it, but I look at it a different way. Because otherwise, we're not really teaching them for the real world. It's difficult, though. Very difficult.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mbak Alfi Ramadhani. Thank you very much, Professor Jeffrey Brooks. Professor Jeffrey, I just realized, because a long time no see, so I just realized that there's something new in your face. Because never seen before. When I was in Melbourne, never seen before. Is it because of COVID-19 pandemic or something else?
Yes, that's exactly it. It's just because of COVID, I'm just trying to keep myself entertained by growing a beard. It's just an experiment. When we go back to regular life, I'll probably take it off.
Yeah,
but you never know. You never. My wife likes it, so I keep it on.
Yeah, interesting.
Good on you,
Okay, thank you.
Professor.
Yeah, thank you. And next question. Any other questions? Oh, there is a question in the chat room. I
Yes.
saw here.
I have a question.
Oh. Anyone to ask directly?
Yes.
Yes, silakan, please.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Brooks from Australia. Actually, my name is Miss Nia and from Samarinda, East Kalimantan. You told us about all the cultural literacy and about economic literacy, political literacy in 9 forms of literacy, as you said here, as you explained here. But I have a questions about, I think 7 or 8 questions here, but I think it's just short questions about macroeconomics and microeconomics here. Would you explain to us about how to overcome about the macroeconomics and microeconomics here? Thanks, Mr. Brooks.
Yeah, sure. It's probably one of the most difficult things that we have to try to understand in the modern world is macroeconomics, because it's changed in a way that in no other. It's changed in society, it's changed in education, and it continues to evolve. And that's one of the difficult things about it. But I think, you know, some of the most basic things are making sure that we understand sort of how the decisions we make on a day-to-day basis influence the economic situation around us. For example, you know, most countries will have a will encourage people to buy local products or to buy Indonesian products or something like that. We have to understand now that these kinds of decisions, whether we do things like that, make a huge difference in the livelihood of the country. And so it's important that we understand macroeconomics. So we understand, for example, why is it that everyone has or, you know, that so many people have cell phones in their pockets? You know, who is profiting off of that? Who is making the money? When we are preparing students to go out into the world, or when we're working at a university, what is the economic reality that we're preparing them for? And are we helping them be good critical consumers who understand that every dollar, I say dollar, I'm in Australia, sorry, but you know, that every decision we make with regard to economics is an important decision that impacts the rest of our society. So I think that's what it looks like in the short term. But in the bigger term, it's helping people understand why they support certain companies, why our organizations make certain decisions. You know, why is the university hiring this company to build a building? Why is why in the school do we choose this textbook and not a different textbook? These are all really things that do have economic implications. And so I think for me, it's about sort of helping people understand the big picture, understanding, for example, how Indonesian different markets and sectors in Indonesia are connected to others around the world, but then understanding how our individual decisions on a day-to-day basis have economic implications for the rest of the country and our community.
Okay, thanks. And actually, you said about the cultural literacy. Is there correlation about how to share the philosophies and the ideas and values assumptions here, how to convert or integrate about cultural literacy? Thanks.
Yeah, that's my great passion. Most of my research has been around cultural literacy. And so what cultural literacy has to do with is it's helping people see the world as like a sociologist or an anthropologist, helping people understand that, you know, anytime you're in let's say some of you might be in cafes right now, or you might be, you know, in your house or in your community, it's stopping and looking around and understand, looking at things in terms of like, what brings people together? What pushes them apart? What are the norms in these kinds of areas? How do I understand why these people talk to each other and those people don't talk to each other? You know, why do some people play sports and other people play video games? All of those kinds of things help shape the culture around us. And so I think developing everyone's eye as a sociologist is really the most important thing. And that'll help increase a lot of understanding around multiculturalism and internationalization. So we can not only recognize that there are differences, but understand the cultural importance of them.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Jeffrey. And
okay, thanks, Mr. Brooks. I have some question, I think, but okay, just go on, sir. Thanks for the host.
Yep, thank you, Mbak Nia. Yeah, appreciate for your questions.
Thanks.
And I think in the chat room there's a question. I think there is especially directed to Bapak Profesor Haji Muhammad Atok Muzhar. How to reform the curriculum of higher education to respond the contemporary issue such as intolerance and radicalism. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the question.
This is from Pak Karwadi. Pak Karwadi ini, this is head of postgraduate program in management of Islamic education, Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teaching Science. Okay, please, Pak Professor Atok Muzhar.
Thank you. So the question was how to reform the curriculum. This is a question actually in our theme today, as partly mentioned by Professor Brooks, religious education and globalization. There are, at the moment, two approaches to religious education. First, doctrinal approach, more or less what we are doing now. This is basically to serve the students of the religion concerned for their religious needs. And secondly, social studies approach. This approach studies religion, not something to be their own guideline of lives, but to be their knowledge. People now tend to suggest that either you take this and throw the other, or you take that and throw this one. I think this is the problem, actually. You have to distinguish between religious education and religious instruction, or social studies of religion, rather. In religious education, which is practiced in Indonesia, we basically try to serve the religious needs of the students according to his or her religion. In social studies of religion, basically it serves the need to know the religions of others. So serves the need as a cosmopolitan person in the world, need to know other religions as well. Now, I think the question is how to combine the two, or not to throw one and take the other. This is not alternative issues. This is combination. So I'm proposing a third approach, which is called social planning approach. Social planning approach to religious education is where you can serve the religious need of the students according to his or her religion, but also it serves the need of the students as cosmopolitan persons, where they think globally and they act locally. I think one of the meaning of globalization is that you think globally, but you have to act locally too. You know other religions in the world, but you're still a Muslim and you do practice Islamic teachings if you are a Muslim. Or if you are Christian, you know other religions, but again, you still are practicing Christian. If you take one and throw the other, say you take social studies approach and throw the doctrinal approach, then you are going to be developing a secular society. And that is not in line with the Pancasila ideology. Pancasila state is neither a secular nor a theocratic state. So we should not move to a theocratic state, but we should not also move to a secular state. I think that is basically my point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bapak Professor Muhammad Atok Muzhar. And I think maybe better to ask this question as well to Professor Jeffrey Brooks. I think it's also related to his presentation. Professor Jeffrey?
Yes, I'm here. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the question asked to the Professor Atok Muzhar, I think also related to your presentation regarding how to reform the curriculum of higher education to respond to the contemporary issues such as intolerance and radicalism. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that one of the most important things is that we have to make sure that the curriculum is developed in concert with other groups and other ways of thinking outside of the university. So I think it's just important that we have industry connections and that we think about it in a more broad term. For example, I think it's really important that we, any curriculum that's trying to deal with intolerance and radicalism is contextually specific. It will not be useful to do, for example, the research that I have done on racism in the United States wouldn't be useful in Indonesia. And so for the same reason, I think it's really important that people throughout the community, so I would say that what's important is I would bring together scholars from the university, I would bring teachers from schools, I would bring community religious leaders, I would bring also probably police or military people, I would bring in political scientists and develop the curriculum with a lot of perspectives involved. Because I think that what happens often is that we don't think about it in terms of the many different issues that come into play. And so, but specifically with regard to intolerance and radicalism, I think it's really important for us to understand what those things really mean. I know in some of the research I've done, for example, there are many terms that are quite different. For example, radicalism and terrorism mean something different. Radicalism and extremism means something different. And so I think that just like anything else, when we're trying to teach these things, we need to understand it on a deeper level ourselves and make sure that we're going beyond just telling somebody that something is wrong because we don't like it. We have to understand what it is that's motivating them. Is it alienation? Is it economic injustice? Is it a very, I don't know, odd and violent interpretation of the religion? You know, there are many different things that come into play, but in my own experience, that bringing people together across different sectors and across different religions for dialogue and coming up with a real strategy that will work in the context is the place to start.
Thank you, Professor Jeffrey Brooks, for the answers. And on screen, we see question number 2. There's a question here. I want to ask to Mr. Atok Muzhar, will find the right system in the nearest future in globalization era? I guess maybe he asked about how to reform the education system in Indonesia, in our country, especially related to COVID-19 pandemic. It says, and how the process to stabilizing the system in the education system institutional process. Yeah, I think the question is related to the reform of higher education system. I think Professor Bapak Professor Muzhar explained already in his presentation, but I think better if Bapak Professor Muzhar will explain again to us, and maybe we can relate to the weakness as well, or a lot of things maybe regarding the issue. Bapak Profesor Muzhar, silakan Pak ditanggapi.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure the question, but let me guess. It's not easy to find the right system, you know. Maybe there will be never ever be one to judge that this is the right system is not always easy, especially when you are talking that when it is in the changing system too, in the changing environment, in the changing political system, in the changing economic system, in the changing social system. Here, I think you are not you are not alone when you are deciding which way is to go to, the direction in terms of education. You need to consider the national goals of that nation. You need to consider the pluralism in that society. You need to consider what is the culture of the society, and then you would put it in a regulation nationally. Then it would go through the parliament, and that is another political battle to find some compromises. As you know, the educational law, national education law of 2003 was a result of political compromise, and basically every law is a political compromise. Now, that is at the national level. At the state level, at the institutional level, you will do the same. There are struggles there between the conservatives and the modernists. How to reform your institutions. And there are also some limitations of the regulations that are applying on you. Like I just mentioned, the status of Badan Hukum and non-Badan Hukum, and the implication to universities' autonomy. So I think you do it through the Senate of the university, and you present the case in the Senate, and then there everybody will discuss it. But taking all together the environment, the political environment, nationally, probably locally. You know, when I was in Jogja, I introduced this subject called Islam di Jawa or whatever. Not agama Jawa, tapi Islam di Jawa, I think.
Islam dan budaya Jawa.
Islam dan budaya Jawa, thank you very much. So that was a thinking that a university should respond to its local environment too. Yeah, I think that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Haji Muhammad Muzhar. And I think there is maybe this will be last question for Professor Dr. Jeffrey Brooks from Mujahidin of Muhammadiyah University of Magelang. I want to try to paraphrase his question. So how to adapt to a globalization on one hand, and implement globalization on the other hand, in terms of social media, Professor Jeffrey Brooks. So on one hand, making effort to adapt to globalization, but on the other hand, making every effort to, to implement the globalization, to appreciate local interests in terms of social media, because this is development of information technology, like nowadays. Yeah,
I think that the United States election is a great example of the misuse of social media. One of the things we saw both in 2016 and 2020 was rampant spreading of misinformation around social media. And I think that's a very dramatic example and a reminder of the potential for social media to do harm in addition to it doing good. I think that's why, again, it's very critical that we help people develop critical thinking skills so they know when they're being lied to, so they know when a source of information is trustworthy, when they know that decisions are being made in their best interests. And so that's one example, but in each of the literacies that I've explained, and and also in Professor Mutsuhar's talk as well, that these things come up, that across all of those literacies, there are potential negative consequences that can occur. Social media can be a vehicle for many of them. Social media can spread economic, political, cultural, religious, all kinds of propaganda, as well as be a vehicle for positive and reliable and useful information in all of those spaces. So I think that it's important that we understand social media as something that is a medium that can deliver things to us that are quite positive and quite negative, and that it's really critical that we understand where these messages are coming from and how to interpret them, and then what they mean for us in our own context.
Thank you, Professor Jeffrey Brooks. And maybe this will be a last question for Professor Haji Muhammad Atok Muzhar about the best curriculum of higher education to prepare graduates to be able to face globalization. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah.
When I was in Australia, that was 78 to 81, we had this research project called Research on Cosmopolitanism. What it did was to measure how cosmopolitan is a person. So we asked respondents to respond on what newspapers they read, what media they heard, and what, those days there were no YouTubes yet. Okay. And then we judge by the answers using so many indicators. Then we can say about the degree of cosmopolitanism. I think what a university might need to do is to produce cosmopolitan scholars.
Yeah.
Scholars who understand their own field, but also understand, a little bit about other fields because of this interconnection between various fields of life. And I think that's the key word for me. You produce cosmopolitan scholars, meaning people who have high degree of cosmopolitanism. Thank you.
Yep. Terima kasih banyak Pak Profesor Atok Muzhar. Finally, we come to the end of this first session. There's a lot of things that we could learn. I just want to underline that according to Professor Jeffrey Brooks, in the effort to reform higher education today in facing and accommodating globalization, we should think of globalization, which is a process in which an institution, in this case a higher education institution, accommodates a local interest while adapting to a global world. Why? Because a research on globalization and education involves the study of intertwined worldwide discourses, process, and institutions affecting local educational practices and policies. Okay, and according to Bapak Profesor Atok Muzhar, to reform the role of higher education, there are at least 3 aspects that should be paid great attention to. The system, including the redesigning of the goals and the structure of education, institution, which includes the resilience and the flexibility of the institution, and the process, which includes the creativity and the effectiveness of educational process. And also, I almost forgot, Professor Jeffrey Brooks, also based on his presentation, we can learn that those who can recognize and understand well the forms of literacy that he explained are the people who deserve to be leaders in the future. Jadi tadi Pak Profesor Jeffrey Brooks itu mengatakan bahwa ada paling tidak 9 bentuk literasi yang diperlukan bagi pemimpin, terutama di lembaga pendidikan tinggi yang harus dikuasai, yang harus disadari, dipahami, dan juga dikuasai. Bentuk-bentuk literasi itu adalah literasi politik, literasi ekonomi, literasi kultural, literasi moral, pedagogik, informasi, dan dia juga tidak menafikan bahwa masih banyak bentuk-bentuk literasi yang lain. Nah, bagi mereka yang mampu menyadari dan memahami jenis-jenis literasi ini, maka orang-orang itulah yang layak untuk menjadi pemimpin lembaga pendidikan di masa mendatang. Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate for your presentation, for your slide. Yeah. Thank you very much. I really appreciate. Ya, terima kasih banyak Pak Ato dan Bapak Profesor Jeffrey Brooks. And then the next session will be guided by my colleague, Ibu Dr. Hajah Naimah. Please, Ibu Naimah.
Okay, thank you.
Terima kasih Mas Sibawai. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much.
All the best, Professor Jeffrey Brooks. See you next time.
Okay, thank you, Sibawai. Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
Terima kasih semuanya. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much for Mr. Sibawai, PhD, who is as the first moderators. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We all absolutely appreciate to the first and second presenters who have delivered their presentations, and we know well the content of the presentations are very important for us to understand. Ladies and gentlemen, so we will continue to the next session, and then the second session will be delivered by the third and fourth speakers. Yeah. Before having the next sessions, let me convey thank you very much for Mr. the dear Prof. Jeffrey Brooks from Australia, and the second speaker, dear Prof. Dr. Muhammad Atok Muzhar from Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Jakarta, Indonesia. Well, we would like to continue to the next sessions. Dear audience, yeah, the third and the fourth speakers are also very excellent speakers. And let me introduce the two speakers. The third and the fourth presenters will be delivered by dear Professor, Associate Professor Dr. Mujibul Hasan Siddiqui from Department of Education, Aligarh Muslim University, India. And the fourth presenters will be dear Associate Professor Dr. Melati Binti Sumari from Faculty of Education, University Malaya, Malaysia. Well, first of all, let's complete Basmalah together to continue to the next our agenda. Well, Mr. Dear Mujibul Hasan, you has sent me the curriculum vitae in 75 pages, so it is impossible for me to read all, so I'll try hard to shorten the curriculum vitae. Well, dear audience, let me introduce you the curriculum from the next speaker, that is Mr. Mujibul Hasan Siddiqui. Yeah. He is Associate Professor at the Department of Education at Muslim University. He received his bachelor and master degree in education, both from Indira Gandhi National University, New Delhi. He then continued to a doctoral degree in education at Aligarh Muslim University, and his topic of PhD work is an experimental study of comparative effectiveness of concept, attainment model, and advanced organization model in teacher education course. He has been a lecturer for 25 years in the Department of Education, Aligarh Muslim University, New Delhi. As an academician, he has published articles in a lot of high-impact journals, book chapters, and books with the reputation publishers. Dear Dr. Mujibul Hasan Siddiqui has a lot of experience in teaching education and actively in national and international paper presenters. Well, dear audience, we have quite limited time to join this meeting, so let me meet Mr. Dear Associate Dr. Mujibul Hasan Siddiqui. How are you?
Fine, fine.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Okay. Well, Mr. Mujibul Hasan Siddiqui, the time is yours to have your presentation.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Hello, am I audible? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, it is okay. Yes, it is okay.
Wait, just I'll.
Yeah.
मैडम कान में लगाओ कौन सा ये लगाएंगे ये वाला
Well,
wait please wait only
Mr.
one
Mujibul, are you ready to have your presentations? Yeah.
Yes. Am I audible? Hello?
Well, time is yes, Mr. Mujibul Hasan.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The very nice international webinar organized by the State Islamic University, Indonesia, reorganizing the role of higher education towards global competitiveness. A very nice topic. Indonesia is on progressiveness and competence path, no doubt. The World Bank works to improve the teaching and learning in Indonesia through the improving dimensions of teaching, education, management, and learning environment program, financed by the Australian government and World Bank funds. Now, before starting, coming to the global competitiveness, first we have to clear about the concept of higher education. No doubt in the earlier webinar, international webinar, I have read this, some of the aspects of the higher education, but here some of the people are newly joined. So further I will discuss about the higher education. Higher education is an education at universities or similar education establishment, especially to degree level. Higher education is tertiary education leading to award of an academic degree. Higher education, also called post-secondary education, third level or tertiary education, is an optional final stage of formal learning that occurs after completion of secondary education. The three categories of higher education: up to completed high school level, and up to completed vocational education, and last is higher education. From the Cambridge English corpus, higher education levels were clearly associated with the increased use of modern contraceptive methods. Objectives and the role of higher education. We must develop thought for the poor and sufferings, regards and respect for women, faith in brotherhood, regardless of race, color, religion. One of the important aims of higher education is the training for leadership in the professional and public life. It is the function of universities to train men and women for wise leadership. Some of the role of the higher education: wisdom and knowledge. It is responsibility of the higher education to develop the wisdom and knowledge, and to develop the social order. This is very important. And to developing a love for higher values and training for leadership. This is most important. In the Indian Education Commission, as 1964-66, to seek the cultivate new knowledge, to engage vigorously and fearlessly in the spirit of truth, and to interpret old knowledge and beliefs in the light of new needs and discoveries, to provide the right kind of leadership in all walks of life, to provide society with competent men and women trained in agriculture, arts, medicine, science, technology, various other professions, who will also be cultivated citizen individuals imbued with a sense of social justice, to strive to promote equality, social justice, to reduce social and cultural differences through diffusion of knowledge, to foster in the teachers and students and through them in socially, generally the attitude and values needed for developing the good life. The National Policy on Education 1986 India viewed higher education as follows. Higher education provides people with an opportunity to reflect on the critical social, economic, cultural, moral, spiritual issues facing humanity. It contributes to national development through dissemination of specialized knowledge and skills, being at the apex of the educational pyramid. It has also a key role in producing teachers for education system. Mostly there are two major functions of the universities. Higher education, I mean, educational establishments, and the second, generators of knowledge and technology. According to the UNESCO, higher education is the only UN agency with a mandate in higher education. As such, it contributes to develop evidence-based higher education policies. Evidence-based, it is very important. In line with target 4.3 of Sustainable Development Goal 4, by 2030 ensure equal access for all women and men to affordable and quality technical education, technical, vocational and tertiary education, including university. Now here see, this affordable word is very important and applicable for each and every country. Affordable higher education. That also leads to quality, technical and vocational professional education. UNESCO provides technical support to member states to review higher education strategies, policies in order to improve equitable access to quality higher education and enhance mobility and accountability. The quality higher education and enhanced mobility is very, very important. So because at the global level, we have to move from one place to other place for the sake of the higher earning. So in this field, the higher education plays a significant role. Enhance mobility and accountability. Accountability is also very important. Each and every person is responsible or accountable to work well for his or own country in the field of the higher education for the development. It implies bold and innovative actions to enhance national capacities through providing and sharing information and technical assistance and developing normative instruments. To this aim, a new global convention on the recognition of higher education qualification is under development. In addition, UNESCO partners with higher education institution through its 25 years old UNESCO chairs a program to foster international inter-university cooperation, networking with view to enhance institutional capacities through knowledge sharing, collaborative works. International inter-university cooperation is also very important for the global competence, and we have to make the good and effective networking with view to enhancing the institutional capacities through the knowledge sharing and collaborative work. Sustainable Development Goal, according to UNO, there are 17 Sustainable Development Goal that lead the role of the higher education is very, very important and significant for each and every university. So we have to frame and reframe higher education time to time to end the poverty of that particular country, whether India or Indonesia or Sri Lanka, Pakistan, any country, particularly developing countries, if they have the poverty. So this is the role of the higher education. In such a way, we have to frame that so that the poverty could be removed at the local level, also at the higher level. So then the zero hunger, nobody will hunger. This is the role of the higher education. Good health. So we have to provide the good health and well-beings. Quality education, quality assurance. So we have to provide the quality assurance. Why? If there is a quality in education, then the people will be able to understand themselves first. Then they will be able to understand about the problems of their country. Then they will be able to how to cope with the problems of their country and number of the things to ensure the quality of education, to raise the standards of its people. Then the gender equality. Gender equality also is very, very important. We are all equal, whether a man or woman, girls or boys. Then we had to provide the clean water and sanitation, affordable, the sense of drinking the clean water and maintaining the sanitation in surroundings to protect the environment is also very important. Affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry innovation and infrastructure, industry innovation. Every time we have to produce some new things with the help of the researchers in universities. If we maintain the creativity with the help of the researchers, so we can put a very good industry in our nation, reduce inequality, and sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production is a very good goal. And climate actions, life below water, this is also considerable. Life on land, peace, justice, and a strong institution, partnership for the goals. These are the goals and objective framed by the UNO. So each and every country has to follow. Now come to the role of higher education. The World Bank stated higher education, also known as a tertiary education in some countries, refer to all post-secondary education, including both public and private university, college and technical training institutions, institutes and vocational schools. Higher education is instrumental in fostering growth, reducing poverty, boosting shared prosperity, a high-skilled workforce. A high-skilled workforce. This is most important things in the nation. We have to create the high-skilled workforce so that they could be able to earn more and more, the money and other things for their well-being. With a solid post-secondary education is a prerequisite for innovation and growth, and well-educated people are more employable and earn higher level. Independent evaluation group. This is prepared by this is one of the groups of the World Bank to make the findings and conclusion. Higher education is rapidly evolving and likely to become increasingly important for the development of low and middle income countries. Investing in higher education contributes to competitiveness, but it has important distribution consequences. The World Bank Group's twin goals and its new country level engagement model raise the bar in relation to rationale for investing in higher education, given that traditionally higher education has tended to disproportionately benefit advantaged groups. Then this is the World Bank Group. The Independent Evaluation Group, IEG, recommended carry out a strategic review of the World Bank Group's support for higher education and make a strategic choice through a strategic review with input from a variety of internal and external stakeholders. The World Bank Group should reflect on its institutional mission on the global development agenda. Based on this review, it should design a focused approach for higher education that takes into account country needs. There is no single approach to preparing a strategic review. Options include the development of formal strategy, preparation of an ongoing series of policy papers, and discussion to develop consensus. Management response. Management agree that a further review of the contribution of the World Bank work in higher education will help develop a more focused approach that take account of country needs. Further studies and strategic analysis would be useful to assess the contribution of tertiary education to economic and social development, for that matter, to the World Bank Group to its goals. A number of ongoing regional and country-specific studies are expected to contribute to inform policy dialogue and operation design in higher education. The recently released sub-tertiary education will help accumulate additional knowledge and further refine intervention to respond more directly to both country needs and World Bank Group goals. Here the World Bank emphasizes on, this is very important and most important, the country need. We have to consider the country needs at the time of formulating or reformulating the goals or aims or objectives of the higher education. The recently, learning to realize education promote will provide useful information about the higher education subsector. Management of the International Finance Corporation strongly agrees on the need to examine the aspect of the rapid proliferation of new institutions of variable quality that offer credentials of limited value to students and pose grave reputational risk for the private sector. To protect the public interest in these aspects, IFC has supported robust and effective government regulation of higher education system and high quality institutions and programs. IFC management also note that the including technical and vocational education project in future analysis would enhance the ability of the independent evaluation group to give a comprehensive picture of IFSC tertiary education support, as they constitute important parts of IFSC's portfolio in line with its strategy objective. Providers that offer skill-based program with well-recognized credentials in the labor market are an important part of the higher education landscape, labor market. After completing the higher education, so each and every graduate or postgraduate research scholar must engaged where in labor force at any level of level force. The labor force. He or she become an important person of that particular country to earn, whether in his own country or outside the country, and very fruitful for the nation. Management agrees that the evidence base for intervention in higher education should be strengthened. However, it recognizes limitation, especially the fact that attribution of result requires a scope of analysis that easily exceeds the life cycle of project. For example, the effect of modernization of academic programs in higher education institution over the employability of graduates. In addition, attributing hiring results to a specific intervention is often a challenge because many factors contribute to outcomes. Global competitiveness and its scopes. There are various identification on competitiveness. According to the identification of OECD, competitiveness is identified as the ability of a country to produce suitable goods and services in open market conditions, as well as its degree of correcting and increasing the income of the citizen is the long run. OECD also expresses that there is a connection between the competitiveness and import and export power of a country. European Commission identifies competitiveness as a country providing sustainable high living standards at the lowest unemployment rate possible. Countries are able to raise their level of welfare by increasing their proficiency at the products at which they are very productive, and productivity, according to some solutions, must be found for the problem about how to create the necessary conditions for the increase in the rapid and sustainable productivity which create the competitiveness. World Economic Forum, on the other hand, identifies the competitiveness as the ability of the settled operations in a country to sell the products and services they have produced to the international market in a way that can make an increase in the living standards of all the citizens. According to the different identifications made for the competitiveness, some distinct features of competitiveness may be listed as follows. The main objectives of having competitiveness is increasing the life standards and welfare of the citizens. In order for a country to compete with the others, it must know its distinctive peculiar abilities, important abilities and potentials, and focus on them. And when competitiveness of a country is proved, a lot of different indicators such as international share rate, productivity, employment, level of technology are faced. That higher education and global competitiveness, these aspects are very, very important. The role of the higher education in global competitiveness, higher education and knowledge. Whenever we are talking about the knowledge, that must be functional knowledge in each and every aspect. The people could become functionable. They could be able to work. The people of any nation should not become idle or lazy. They always try to work more and more for the nation. So knowledge must be fruitful from the grassroots level to the higher level, from the general education to the technical, vocational, and professional education. Then the understanding plays a significant role in the life of the people. how to solve their problems and application, how to use the knowledge and understanding, make the good analysis, making the good synthesis, and how to make the good evaluation, whatever they have done in their life. Then the skills are the base of this competitiveness. The social skills, moral skills, political skills, leadership skills, technical skills, professional skills, communication skills, and each and every aspect includes these skills. So our life must be, with the help of the higher education, skill-based lives. So each and every person would become the competitive in each and every sphere of his life, not only in his own nation, but also outside the nation, at the global level, at the global perspectives, at the internationalizations. Then values play the significant role to control the behavior of the people. So everything we have to consider, each and every particle of the nation has some values, has its values. So we have to consider the values of the people, values of the resources of the nation. So we have to utilize the indigenous resources at the maximum level so that the profit could come and compete with the other nation. Interest, we have to maintain the good interest in our own nation in work. Then attitude, the good attitude toward the nation. This is very, very important. If we have the good attitude toward the nation, then we will be able to do good work, create and develop the productivity. Quality assurance, then access of the higher education is very important for each and every boys and girls, professional, technical, and vocational education. Technology, whenever we are talking about the technology, we consider the two aspects, the hardware and software technology we have to give to the nation. Some of the other competencies we have to consider in global perspectives at the time of framing the roles of the higher education or objectives of the higher education or goal of the higher education. Now, before coming to this, I would like to clear that there are three things. First is goal, then goal. To complete our goals, we have to make aims, and to complete our aims, we have to make objectives. So objective is the root. At each and every aspect, whether they're behavioral objectives or the other objectives in our life. So with the help of the objectives, we achieve the aims for the longer time and goal for the end. So the goal of the nation is to become a prospective, economically sound, socially strong, morally sound in each and every aspects. So we would be able to make our nation competent at the global level if we achieve our goals in this sense. Now come to the learning literacy. This is most important. We have to make the learning literacy technical. Now the computer literacy, for example, each and every boys and girls must learn computer. So the level of the computer literacy would be increased side by side the general literacy. Self-efficacy, then ethical competence, self-competence, self-determination. This is very important. Self-determination. If the person is determined to achieve the goal, then he has to achieve the goals. Otherwise, reflective competence, ambiguity competence, decision competence, initiatives and performance competence, communication competence, cooperation competence, sense-making competence, future and design competence, all leads to the digital literacy, system competence, innovation competence, design making competence. So all this leads to the global competence. Global at the time of the framing or reframing the role of the higher education. Conclusion: better higher education is to improve skills of people of the world. The higher education is key to development, according to World Bank. The returns of higher education are growing globally, and they are highest in Africa. Claudia Costin, a senior director of the World Bank, told the African Higher Education Summit, there is an urgent need for Africa to build quality and capacity in universities. Now, to build quality and capacity in universities, to create skills that remain on the continent, and public investment is central. This is the key part of the whole higher education. The quality, we have to build the quality and capacity in universities. This is very important. Now, some of this, the board of the World Bank Group approved on March 2019 143 million International Development Association credit grants to help Burkina Faso and Djibouti, Ghana, Guinea, and Senegal to set up the quality and provision of applied research, higher education with a focus on the area of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM. Africa currently only produces a few graduates in STEM compared to other fields, and the development higher level skill is needed to increase productivity, promote of economic transformation of the continent. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dear Mr. Associate Professor Dr. Mujibur Hassan Siddiq, who has delivered his presentations, and we are aware about the content of the presentations, but let me explain for a while about the important things about the presentations. The first one is about the objective and role of higher education. Mungkin saya sedikit membantu untuk para audiens yang ini tentang tujuan dan peran pendidikan, fungsi pendidikan tinggi. And the next one is about the four aims of objective of higher education. They are wisdom and knowledge, making objective social order, developing love for higher values of life, and effective training for leaderships. Mungkin sedikit saya terjemahkan, mungkin bagi para audiens yang karena cepatnya the speaker who delivers the speech tentang kebijakan dan pengetahuan membuat tatanan sosial yang efektif, mengembangkan cinta untuk nilai-nilai kehidupan yang lebih tinggi, dan pelatihan yang efektif untuk kepemimpinan. And the third important things of the matter is the main function of higher education at universities. They are concerning to, one is the educational establishment, and the second is generation and knowledge and technology. Itu tentang lembaga pendidikan dan tentang pengetahuan dan teknologi. And the fourth main idea on the fourth important things is about the suitable development goal. You know that there are 17 items. Yeah, the poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent works and economic growth, and industry innovation and infrastructure, reduce inequality, sustainability and communities, responsible consumptions and production, climate action, life below water, life and land, peace, justice, and strong institutions, and partnership for the girls. Mungkin lebih jelasnya saya jelaskan sedikit. 17 tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan UNO ini, ya, yang pertama mengenai mengakhiri kemiskinan, Yang kedua, tidak ada kelaparan. Yang ketiga, tentang kesehatan dan kesejahteraan yang baik. Yang keempat, tentang pendidikan yang berkualitas. Yang kelima, mengenai kesetaraan gender. Yang keenam, mengenai air bersih dan sanitasi. Yang ketujuh, energi yang terjangkau dan bersih. Yang kedelapan, pekerjaan yang layak dan pertumbuhan ekonomi. Kesembilan, mengenai inovasi industri dan infrastruktur. Yang ke-10, berkurangnya ketimpangan. Yang ke-11, kota dan masyarakat yang berkelanjutan. 12, konsumsi dan produksi yang bertanggung jawab. 13, mengenai tindakan iklim. Ke-14, mengenai kehidupan di bawah air. 15, kehidupan di darat. 16, keadilan, perdamaian, dan institusi yang kuat. Dan yang ke-17, mengenai kemitraan untuk pencapaian tujuan. Di situ ada lagi, and the next idea is concerning to the role of higher education with banks. Ya, ini peran pendidikan dan Bank Dunia. Kemudian untuk let me have a look at the next part of the and let me see you on the next item. Yeah. Some of the other competencies we have to consider in global perspective. Yeah. Itu ada learning literacy, self-efficiency, ethical competence, self-competence, self-determination, reflective competence, communication competence, cooperation competence, sense-making competence, future and design competence, digital literacy, and system competence. Yeah. Bisa di innovation competence and design thinking competence. Itu mungkin sedikit saya sampaikan. Beberapa kompetensi lain yang harus dipertimbangkan dalam perspektif global ini, diantaranya pembelajaran tentang kompetensi komunikasi literasi, kompetensi kerjasama, aplikasi diri, kompetensi etis, kompetensi pembentukan akal, kompetensi diri, kompetensi masa depan dan desain, penentuan nasib sendiri, literasi digital, kompetensi sistem, kompetensi reflektif, ketidakjelasan kompetensi inovasi, kompetensi keputusan, kompetensi berpikir desain, kompetensi inisiatif dan kinerja. Itu, and the conclusion, the conclusion of this presentation is the first one is concerning to the better higher education is to improve skill of peoples of the world. Nah, itu bahwa pendidikan tinggi yang lebih baik adalah untuk meningkatkan keterampilan orang-orang di dunia ini. And the second idea is higher education is key to development work bank. Bahwa pendidikan tinggi adalah kunci pembangunan.
Pengelolaan di tengah jalan ada.
Masa apa tahu orang mematikan
yang masih harga berapa?
Loh, kok hilang suaranya ya?
Untuk suaranya di unmute, coba diklik lagi.
The next speaker, or the first speaker, will be delivered by dear Associate Professor Dr. Melati Binti Sumari from Faculty of Education, University of Malaya, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Okay, let me introduce you about his CV, short CV. Dear Associate Professor Dr. Melati Sumari is an Associate Professor at the Department of Educational Psychology and Counseling, Faculty of Education, University of Malaya, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. She received her bachelor and master degree in education, both from the University of Malaya, Malaysia. She then continued to a doctoral degree in counselor education and supervisor at Western Michigan University, United States of America. While doing PhD, she chose to specialize in two areas, marriage and family therapy, and counseling and student affairs in higher education. Dr. Melati joined the University of Malaya upon completing of her master degree. She is also registered counselor with the Malaysian Board of Counselor. As an academician, she has published articles in many high-impact journals, book chapters, and book with reputable publishers. Dr. Melati has been appointed as an external examiner to many master and PhD theses by local and foreign universities. Okay, well, dear audience, we will try hard to pay attention to the presenter, the experts of education, who will deliver the presentation directly now. And then this, let me have see Miss Melati. Assalamualaikum, dear Melati Sumari.
Yeah. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nice to meet you here.
Nice meeting all of you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it is time for you to deliver your presentation. Yeah, time is yours.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Naimah for contacting me and inviting me to speak in this online conference. Of course, I would also thank the University Islam Sunan Kalijaga for inviting me. It is a great pleasure to be one of the speakers of this online conference. So as introduced by Dr. Naimah just now, actually my specialty is in counseling and student affairs in higher education and also marriage and family therapy. So I would like to talk about, I would prefer to talk about college student because this is my focus, my research, my niche area. And I see that most of the today's speakers have talked about global education, globalization of education. So let us shift a little bit and focus on students. And I'm also glad that to meet my, Indonesian colleague, even though we never met face to face. I have been to Indonesia. The last time I went to Indonesia was 8 years ago. So I'm planning to revisit Indonesia, but due to COVID-19, I'm not sure when I will have the opportunity to fly, to leave the country. So maybe we have to bear with this situation, for quite a number of years. Okay. So my topic today is coping with the pandemic as college student in higher education institution, because as a counselor is a part of my job as a lecturer. I also offer counseling to those in need, as long as they are not my student, to avoid the relationship. So due to pandemic that we are facing today, and the mental health status of our college students are also affected. So I'm teaching student affairs in higher education course this semester online at the master's level, and I found out that based on my interaction with students, regardless of their level, for instance bachelor's, masters, and also PhD. So at the beginning of the pandemic, they are trying to cope, and they were, doing quite well. However, as time goes on and we don't see when the pandemic is going to end, in fact, I think my Indonesian friends know that even though in Malaysia we have successfully, tried to fight this pandemic about many months ago. However, recently the number of cases have been increasing, and we are still fighting. Okay, let's move. The pandemic. I'm not going to explain or read the slides, because this is a conference. This is not a teaching. This is not a teaching session. So this is only the introduction about the pandemic. We know already. It was started in China late last year, and then it has been spread all over the world through international travel. So when we talk about international travel, we know that international student are affected if they further their study, out of country. For instance, we also have some Indonesian students who are not able to come back to Malaysia to finish their study, even though the campus are open, even though research students are allowed to go to campus, even though they can still take some of the research courses online. We cannot deny that they want to feel the college environment, because if you stay at home and then you study, and then of course the environment will be different because you are not surrounded by college population. Okay, this is the impact of the pandemic. I'm not going to detail it out. So I just want to point out about the physical and mental health. The physical and mental health, especially to higher education. Okay, even though our college students are young adult. They are young adult. Bachelor students are young adult. Perhaps the masters and PhD students are adult. However, the impact on them very obvious. Very obvious. There are many research that have been conducted recently on the impact of pandemic on college students. Even when I browse the literature online, I found that some of the research have been published by some high impact journal. Because they see the pandemic has caused that has affect them not only economically. However, they are losing their direction. They don't know what to do in the future. And then and one of the impact of the pandemic is they cannot celebrate their graduation. For instance, for my university of Malaya, for instance, we only allow a number of students to attend the graduation ceremony. So it is hard for us to select who will be invited, who will not be invited. So these are among the things that they raise to us lecturers. Okay, I think one of the previous speakers have talked about the impact on the education sectors. The direct impact, for instance, school and universities have closed, exam and event are postponed. So maybe we talk about digital, the access to online education and so on. We know about that. Once the pandemic started, most universities have announced that all teaching will be delivered online. So students have to access the resources online. We understand that. However, little did we aware that we actually this pandemic also limit their socialization pattern. They don't have the opportunity to socialize with friends, especially the first year student. About a few weeks ago, when the UIN was about to start the new academic session, some students, especially from the Sabah and Sarawak, they already arrived in Kuala Lumpur, some of them, or any other universities in the Peninsular Malaysia, and they were told that the classes will be conducted online. They just arrived, and then the university told them that the classes will be conducted online. So this first year student, they are in the transition from the school education to higher education. I believe that they are very excited to experience what is higher education is all about. However, when they arrive in Kuala Lumpur, for instance, they have to stay in their residential hall. They cannot meet other students, and then because this is their first time being a college student, it is hard for them to make friends, because there's no big gathering to welcome them. So living in these circumstances can be tough for young people, for their well-being. They are far from their parents, and then they are forced to be alone. They are forced to be alone. I mean, they can only spend, maybe they have to spend time with their friends online only. So we can imagine how limited is their interaction with the surrounding. Even they don't know their lecturers. The only thing that they know is some lecturers will email them and ask them to join the Zoom meeting or Google Meet or Team meeting. They never meet the lecturers, they never see them face to face, and then suddenly they are asked to join the online class. So we can imagine how it is difficult for this, especially for the freshies, to adapt to this impact of this pandemic. So let me I was informed by Dr. Naimah, many of the attendees today are college students. I mean, those who are doing masters, PhD, and so on. So I would like to share with the student especially, and these are among the developmental tasks of college student, or we call it tugas perkembangan. The tugas perkembangan. So they are expected to accomplish this task while being student. For instance, they are expected to develop competence. So what are these competence can be divided into three, which is the intellectual. We know that intellectual competence is the ability to analyze and synthesize, and then the manual is the ability to physically accomplish tasks, and then the last one is interpersonal, working and establishing relation with others. So with online learning, how can they develop this competence? They still can develop this competency. However, I believe that it is not similar if they have face-to-face class, if they can meet their friends. You see, let's look at the third competence, which is interpersonal competence. Indonesia is a huge country. Of course, Malaysia is much smaller than Malaysia. In fact, even though Malaysia is much smaller than Indonesia, let's say students from the northern state, when they meet the student from the southern state, then both students from these two states, they use different dialect, but they don't have the opportunity to mix with students from different states because classes are online. And most lecturers also find it hard to conduct a 3-hour class straight online. So usually they will minimize the time because students are tired to be online too long. So, and then when you never meet the person, the other student, your friends in person, and then suddenly you have to interact with them. Maybe you are asked to prepare group assignments. So it is quite challenging for this type of student. Okay. So we see that the first one, analyze and synthesize. So I also found it hard as a lecturer when I have a group of students. This is a diploma student. They never meet each other. Face to face. When they were about to start their program, class was forced to go online. So I found that this group is very quiet. Very quiet. This is an executive diploma, so they were very quiet. They didn't talk. They didn't even participate, and to the extent that we have to force them to participate, because perhaps this is only my assumption. I could be wrong. They might feel uncomfortable talking to someone strangers because they never meet face to face. Okay. Let's move the second vectors. The second task is how to manage their emotion. So managing emotion is develop the ability to recognize and accept emotion, appropriately express and control them, and learn to manage their feeling in a responsible manner. Okay. usually the student affairs division, the student affairs division in higher education setting will organize or will form support group for first year students, support group for new student, even for master student. They are encouraged to join the support group so they can learn, they can adjust to the college life, especially to the teaching and learning. They will be introduced, they will be guided and on how to survive on campus. And then they also will have the opportunity to see counselors and to see psychologists if they have issues. But right now they do not have that opportunities. I know that universities still offer online counseling, but trust me, even though the service is offered, the student also have to think about the cost of reaching the counselor. Many of our students are from low income group. To use the online online service too often is a burden for them, so they cannot use online services like the students from the higher income group. This is the next task will be the moving through autonomy toward interdependence and developing mature relationship. This is quite similar to the previous task, which is controlling the emotions such as happiness, fear, and anger. I remember when I was doing when I was taking a class at the postgraduate level. So sometimes we were encouraged to argue with the professors. We can criticize the theory that we learn, and then I can show to the student, this is how you can role play the theory that you learn. But now it is quite difficult. Even in my classes, there are some students who requested that they do not on their camera because they have limited data to access internet. So we have to, pity the student. We have to understand their situation. So as long as they are attending the class, that's enough for me. And then the instrumental independence is the ability to solve problem on their own. So of course they are forced to solve problem on their own. However, in order to solve problem on their own, they need the social support. So the social support is lacking during this pandemic. Is lacking during the pandemic. However, there are also some students who are forced to continue to stay at home. And then when they stay at home, they are surrounded by family members. Maybe they have to think about how to use the gadget. They have to share the gadget with other family members. Due to poverty, some of them even do not have gadgets. Some of them even have to travel to town in order to join the class. And then this is among the tasks, the tolerance, acceptance, appreciation of differences. So I always tell my student in my counseling in higher education class on the importance of cultural sensitivity, especially when you are interacting with other students from other cultural background. But today, with the online class, their interaction is limited. Of course, they do not meet the other students from other countries face to face. Unlike in the past, in which they were able to interact with students from, in fact, Indonesia, Brunei, Singapore, and many other countries. So they learn about differences. So appreciation of differences, I would say is can be learned better face to face if you interact. Sometimes maybe during the class, the lecturers will organize the potluck party, so they learn about food from other countries. So, but right now we do not have such thing anymore. And then capacity to intimacy in relationship. We know that young adult usually they develop intimate relationship when they are in college. So it seems that due to this pandemic, the capacity for intimate relationship has to change. So in the past, I know that many youngsters they meet online. However, in order to understand other person better, you cannot deny that you have to meet the person face to face. You have to meet the person to face. So agak susah lah kalau misalnya kita jumpa orang tu semuanya online. Semuanya kita nak jumpa online. Kalau kita dating kan, okay, let's say lah those who are married kan, the lecturers, I know, the professors in this Zoom meeting kan, when you were about to get married kan with your partners, spouses kan, mesti you nak jumpa kan, takkanlah you nak jumpa online je. Sebab online ni could be, betul ke manusia ni? Is it someone yang tak siapa menipu, betul tak? Kan? Lepas tu let's say put ourselves as student. Let's say our lecturers assign us to do group assignment. So katalah, let's say lah we have to work with A, B, C, and D and E. So we don't really know B, C, D, and E. And then we meet online. So we don't know whether the B is the fake or the genuine person. We don't even know. I'm referring to especially to first year students, regardless of their level. Even maybe they are master student, maybe they are bachelor student. Okay. And then let's move. Establishing identity. This is also the task. They are expected to accomplish. Acceptance and comfort of personal issues, body appearance, gender identity, and sense of self. Usually we learn to establish our identity based on our interaction with others. So I remember when I was doing my undergrad study, of course, many years ago, I had difficulties in communicating with people because I came from from a rural area, so interaction was very limited, and then I was forced to interact with students from different states who use different dialect. I was forced to eat their foods, even though as Muslim I know the food are halal, so I had difficulties to adjust. However, as time goes on, I learned to accept differences. I learned to make friends with people from different cultures, and then I also learned about the importance of appearance, because of course when we were young adult, we all emphasize on the importance of self-image, and about gender. We also learn about gender identity, and maybe the sexual orientation may be referred to those who really want to fight for the equality. I don't think this apply to Muslims lah, to Muslim. Tapi jangan terkejut lah. In Malaysian university, particularly in UM, we actually encounter quite a number of students who openly said that they are gay, they are lesbian, and even though they are Muslim. So these are the things that we face. Tapi however, it is good when they come to us. At least we know what they are facing. But today, with this pandemic, we don't know what is happening to our students actually. What we know is, okay, let's say today I have class at 3 p.m. So I have to go online at 3 p.m. And so I will conduct my class from 3 to 5 p.m. Let's say. So that's all. Okay. So and then sense of self, the social, historical, and culture, through my interaction with other students, I will accept the differences. So much, for instance, I remember when I was overseas, I learned to eat the Afghan food, because I'm a person who like to try new things. Wherever I travel, I will not bring Malaysian food because I know that it is the opportunity for me to try foreign food. When I was in Bandung, even though Malaysian food and Indonesian is quite similar, but still different, but I love to try. The taste comes number 2 to me. It is not important. The taste is not important. The most important thing is I will try. Okay. And for instance, I fall in love with the Amanda brownie. I miss that Amanda brownie from Bandung too much. So, and then I also miss some kerepek from Indonesia. I miss those kerepek lah, that have strawberry filling and so on. So because I don't find those food, those kind of food in Malaysia. Okay, so I embrace my culture, but at the same time I also value other people's culture. So this can only be learned through interaction. That's why we have what we call it outbound program, in which we send our student overseas. Usually we send our student to Indonesia because it is cheap. We cannot afford to send our student to Korea, Japan. It is too expensive. We have that program almost every year, except this year. Except this year. So our current student do not have that opportunity. Okay. Okay, this is the infographic, and then developing purpose. This is a strong and meaningful commitment to specific personal interests and activities. We know that during college days, we encouraged to involve in co-curricular activities. So our higher education student are told that you shouldn't spend your time focusing on your study only. You need to also focus on life skills. So we encourage our students to join the community work. We send them to charity work. And then they will develop their purpose not only based on the major they selected. It is also based on the leisure activities, community work that they involve. Tapi hari ni benda-benda ni semua dah almost impossible for us to do it, to introduce to our student. So our student, especially the third year, final year student, they miss this. Mereka sangat rasa kehilangan, mereka sangat rasa kekosongan. So masa mula-mula during the last semester, they were okay having long break, having online classes. However, when semester 2 comes, they are not happy anymore with the online classes because they have missed so many opportunities. They miss the college environment. They want to interact with other, fellas. They want to meet their lecturers. They want to use the library. They want to use the, gym. They want to use the recreational areas. So the campus become the ghost town. Jadi tempat hantu je lah. That is the analogy only. So, and then of course, even lecturers also said that they miss their students. They miss their students. And a part of teaching, beside teaching, lecturers also have to listen to other mental health issues faced by students, because lecturers are the only person that they can reach. They don't know, but even though the student affairs division announced that students can still reach them online. However, they feel that it is not they don't feel comfortable to reach out to someone stranger. And then lifestyle and family influence affect the decision making. And then also beside family, the peers also play an important role in helping them developing a purpose. That's why we have some students, they may start doing, especially among social science students, they may start with certain major in their first year, and then they found out that their purpose is different. So and then they may change their major during the second year. Okay, so it is the process of developing a purpose. However, with the current condition, it is quite impossible for our higher education student to think about changing their major. Even to pay tuition fees is also a burden for some of them, because I know that some of them come from from very poor family. They do not get the financial aid. Some of them do not get the financial aid. So the fathers or the breadwinners are losing their job, and then no one, they have to do extra part-time job in order to provide their own financial needs. So these are the things that we have to we listen from our students. So I think besides focusing on digital learning, online learning, digital poverty, digital literacy, yes, those are important. But I would say that the mental health aspect of our higher education student need further attention. Because when you spend too much, when you depend too long online, you cannot deny that you are separated from the whole world. You become isolated. Maybe you reach the whole world, however you lose the genuine interaction with your classmate, with your friends. Okay, so how do they perform this? This is my question to, of course, to my colleagues who are lecturers in Indonesia. So how do they perform this developmental task if they do not spend time on campus? So imagine that we are in Malaysia or Indonesia. However, we are registered student. Oh my goodness. So can you hear me? Because I got okay. Let's say I'm a student in Malaysia, or you are a student in Indonesia. Your home country is Malaysia or Indonesia. However, you are a registered student in one university in America. you need to pay your tuition fees using US dollar. You will graduate from that American university, but you never feel how American university look like. So how do you feel? It's better for you to go back to your home country and do the degree in your home country, right? So the purpose of some students traveling overseas is for them not only to get the bachelor's degree, they want to understand other people's, they want to understand cultural differences. So if they can do it in their home country, so it's better for them not to travel. That's the reason why some of our foreign students, they are very desperate. They are so frustrated when they are not allowed to come into Malaysia. They are not allowed to come into Malaysia because even though some of them are research students, meaning they are doing their PhD, they still feel that having to spend their time in the home country have affect them so much because they don't feel the college life. Okay? So the student affairs services in higher education. So these are among the things that the student affairs services need to think about. The mental health service, how to reach to the student. So hard copy learning material. Some books are not available online. Not all books are as e-book. Some journal articles cannot be accessed in full text. So there's no curricular activities are not allowed, not only on college student, it is not allowed to the whole student in the country. So how can they adjust and cope to the college life without being present on campus? Okay. So this is among the things that we had, the speakers have talked just now. Okay, I'm not going to repeat. Among the things that maybe the university can offer is we had some students who have to climb the trees in order to reach the online class. That's too bad. So okay. This is for students. This is some tips that maybe I can share with you students. Know that it is okay to feel how you are feeling. Maintain a routine, practice good sleep, connect with others. Although, as I said just now, connecting with others online is not going to, it's not going to, teach you the genuine interaction as face-to-face interaction. However, it seems that it is the only communication, the only mode of communication that we have to choose, due to this pandemic. Okay, some students also take a break. What I mean by break is they take a semester off because they cannot cope with this pandemic. Okay. I think that's all my presentation. I think I have used my time wisely. I bring back the session to the chairperson, Dr. Naimah. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much for
welcome.
Associate Professor Dr. Malati, who has delivered the presentation. So we all enjoy it very much. It's nice very much and to join the presentations. And let me remind the main idea of this presentation. The first one is the title that has been delivered by Dear Melati is concerning to coping with the pandemic as college students in higher education institutions. Itu mengatasi pandemik bagi mahasiswa di perguruan tinggi. Nah, ini sangat relevan sekali dengan keadaan yang sekarang. And she tells us about the definition of pandemic and 6 impacts of pandemics concerning to the economy, travel industry, society, business, migration, physical and mental health. Yeah. And beside that, she tells us about the developing competence, what should be developed in the situation. She are concerned to intellectual competence, physical and mutual skills, and interpersonal competence. Yeah. And the last important things that have been delivered is concerning to developing purpose. Yeah. Well, dear audience, yeah, I suppose that everything has been understood, and let me offer to the discussions, and the second discussions, yeah, will be delivered to the audience. Okay, let me see the audience who delivered the questions. Okay, thank you, Mr. Karwadi. Yeah, there is a questions to the presenters that is given by Mr. Karwadi. How to integrate science, religions, and culture in the educational policies to answer the challenges of global competitiveness. I suppose that the questions is suitable to the third speaker and the fourth presenter. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Mr. Mujibur.
Yes, please.
Yeah, are you ready to answer the questions?
Yeah, please.
Okay, after answering the question, I'll send to the fourth presenters. Okay, Mr. Mujibur, if you are ready to answer the questions given by Mr. Dr. Karwadi.
Yes, at the time of making the policies, so we have to, because the Indonesia is Islamic country, so we have to include the Islamic aspects of, we try to incorporate the hadith and other aspects of Islam at the time of framing the higher education, no doubt. So it is up to the policy frame makers in Indonesia, the people who are making the framing the higher education policies, they have to incorporate whether they are framing the objectives, whether they are constructing the curriculum, whether they are evaluation or any aspects of the higher education, they have to in the light of the Islam. I hope it is clear.
Well, thank you very much for the question, for the answers. And would you please, Mrs. Sumari, will give some more answers to the questions.
Okay. So the question, okay, how to integrate science, religion, culture in the, is it okay? Which question is I mean directed to me actually? Okay, can I answer to the second question? What do the speakers think about the quality of graduated or higher education during the pandemic? Okay, let me respond to the second question because I think
the second question.
Because Professor Mujibur has answered the first question.
Yeah,
so I don't think it is quite difficult for me to measure the quality. However, because we the first and the second year student have not graduated yet. However, the students who are going to graduate this year in 2020 are those who have spent quite a long time in campus. So I assume that the quality will not be, I mean, will still be acceptable. I'm afraid of those who are still in the first and second year. In fact, we also have issues. With some of our students who are doing master's program in counseling in early childhood education, because they are required to finish their internship, and the internship required them to meet their client, their customers face to face. Otherwise, they are not allowed to graduate. They will not be, they will not get grades for the internship. So this type of student, they have to extend their studies again and again, and they do not know when are they going to graduate. So I believe that their moral is so down because they have to, instead of finishing the internship in one semester, they are forced to finish their internship maybe in 2 or 3 semesters. So we can, and it's also hard for us lecturers, the supervisors, to assess them, because all this internship is based on what we call it gradual progress. So imagine if they are doing it in 1 month and then they take a break and then they proceed. So it is hard for us to measure their competency in that particular field. So maybe more research is needed lah for us to understand the impact of pandemic on the quality of our graduated student. Okay, that's all I want to say. Okay, thank you. So I see some question.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. This is Melody and Mr. Mujibul, who have answered the questions given by the audience. And there is some questions, and the third question is given by Aida Hayani, who raised her hands. Okay, please. Time is yours.
Thank you,
Miss
so much.
Aida Hayani.
Ya.
Has
Suara saya
raised.
sudah kedengaran ya?
Ya.
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam.
I want to introduce myself. My name is Aida Hayani. I'm doctoral student of UIN Sunan Kalijaga Yogyakarta. I'm so sorry because my English language does not good, but I want to try to ask the question with the English language. I'm very interested. We're talking about higher education, discussing the framework of higher education reform, a healthy higher education system with higher quality and relevant higher education and quality. In addition, it's also open to equality and public access with the autonomy they have. Universities are the able to responsibility for a good accountability and a strong social responsibility. Mr. Mujibul Hassan said that better higher education into improve skill of the people of the world. I'm agreeing with that statement to Mr. Mujibul Hassan, but I want to ask to you, can you expand the stage what the effort are being made by the government in reforming the rule of higher education toward global competitiveness? And the second, I want to the question, what are the most important, the part of the need to be changed and reforming the rule of higher education? The second, the third, will after reformation in higher education really graduated that is the competence and actually have 100% global competitiveness. To Mrs. Melati, I want to try with Malen Jewit. Terima kasih atas I want to terima kasih atas peluang yang diberikan. Saya nak tanya to Mrs. Melawati, do you said that impact pandemic di antaranya adalah perniagaan, industri pelancongan, ekonomi, and the others. But I want to ask to you how to developing all the competence and how to building emotional independence, because all the participants, they have the culture such as me. My dad is in Aceh, my mommy is in Sarawak. Can you give me the tip and trick? Also, you said that in your PPT, you can you are feeling, maintain opportunities, practice, and anything else. I think that's all my question. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mbak Aida Hayani. Yes, she is a doctoral degree student of Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University. Yeah, there are 3 questions. The question given delivered to Mr. Mujibul Hassan, and the last question is given to Melati. Yeah, okay. Time is yours, Mr. Mujibul.
Thank you very much. The questions, the research scholars asked many questions So one by one, I'll get the answer. The competencies, for the competencies, in the field of the higher education, the role of the higher education, I am very sorry that I am favored, but even then I am giving the response of the question of the scholar. So, the objective-based life. If the research scholar are listening carefully, please listen carefully your answer. The objective-based life, this is one of the most important competence. Without making the objectives, without making the goal, without making the aims of our lives, we cannot become the competent person in the society. So this is the first question of your, the answer of the first question. Always think that if you are a research scholar, you would become the competent unless and until you make the good objectives of your research. What for you are doing the research? If you want to be the competent in your research work, so you have to frame your, what for you are doing the research work. This is very important. So objective based. Whatever we are doing in the society, we have to make the objectives. When we will be able to fulfill our objectives, then we will be able to fulfill our aims. Then ultimately we will be able to achieve our goals. What is the goals and objectives of the research scholar is to become the competent research scholar, to have a competent research skills, how to make the data analysis, how to frame the objectives, how to frame the problems of the study, and how to make the good analysis, how to make the good interpretation of the study, how to make the good evaluation of the results, and how to correlate the results with the social lives. So all these research skills must be in the research scholars after completing the PhD work. So this is one of the research skills. Now the other skills, they play the role, the higher education, the social skills, how to coordinate with the other peoples, how to talk with the other peoples. This is social skills. How to keep the patience, how to listen the other peoples, how to solve the problems of the other peoples. So all this, if the person knows all these skills, he or she could be able to solve the problems of the people at the grassroots level, at their family members, at the peer gurus, and of the member of the society, and not only at this own country but also outside the country. If he or she has the quality education, whenever we are talking about the quality of the education, the quality of the education means to solve that education that solve the problems of our society, whatever is going on. For example, how to increase the per capita income of Indonesia, for example, how to increase the per capita income of Indonesia. Think about these problems. You are the
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mujibur Hasan.
Saya commute.
Oh, commute. Oh. The second questions hasn't been answered by Mujibur Hasan.
So at the grassroots level, we have to frame our higher education. So how to increase the per capita income, then accumulating the per capita income at the national level. So Indonesia, the day will come, will become the advanced country and also become the rich country. So if we think in this way, so I hope that you'll get your answer of the questions. Each and every scholars of Indonesia in the field of higher education must think he must become the productive. Also, he or she has the productive skills always in ideas, the good ideas. We have to keep good ideas in our mind to produce something new, creativity in the field of the research. So we can improve the quality of education in this way. The problem-solving approach we have to adopt in education. Any question? I hope it's clear.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mujibul Hassan. Yeah, you have answered the two questions given by Mbak Aida Hayati. Yeah. And now, well, let me ask Mrs. Dr. Melati will continue to answer the third question given by Mbak
Okay.
Aida.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Naimah. First of all, Aida, you talked too fast just now. Actually, I couldn't catch your question. Boleh ulang balik? You can speak in Indonesian. I can understand Indonesian. Don't worry.
Thank you. Saya tu nak tanya, yang pertama tu bagaimana nak mengembangkan terkait tentang kompetensi developing all competition. And yang kedua, saya nak tanya bagaimana nak membangun emotional independence karena masing-masing kita memiliki budaya-budayanya masing-masing. For example, my daddy in Aceh and my mommy come from in Sarawak. How to building emotional independence? Independence. I'm sorry because terlalu cepat, so I'm sorry.
Tak mengapa, Aida. Saya cuba, I try to respond, Aida. Okay,
You are good research scholar.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Soalan pertama, how to expand all those competencies, right?
Right.
Okay. So I think like I shared just now seperti yang saya kongsikan sebentar tadi, sememanglah the ideal one is we have a face-to-face environment in which we are given enough opportunity to communicate, to interact, and then we can get to know person individually. So that is the genuine, perfect, ideal environment. In fact, even if we have face-to-face interaction, face-to-face communication, we require a lot of time to understand people that surround us. So with the pandemic, we have to take longer time in order to, accomplish those tasks. Sebab saya bagi contoh, katalah kita ambil satu contoh, developing identity. Some of our students, they are still in the process of developing identity even though they are in their second and third year. So I'm referring to those students who have the opportunity to attend the face-to-face environment. So let's say I apply that on my student who never had the opportunity to, be on campus. Of course, they need longer time. Imagine that we have this pandemic for 4 years. So the first year student will have maybe majority of the semesters or their semesters will be online. I assume, I predict. So I can imagine, most of the competencies that listed by Chickering and I shared just now, is hard to be accomplished by those students. So tapi maknanya it is the job of lecturers, the job of mental health professional on campus to make sure that our students still can develop those competency. Sebab isunya sekarang, I think the main issue is the lecturers are also burdened with their online class. For instance, I'm teaching 3 classes in UM. So because it is fully online, we have to make sure we upload the resources and then take the attendance online, everything are online. So maybe saya sendiri, my weaknesses, my shortcoming, I do not have enough time to listen to my student. Kalau mereka mesej saya nak mengadu masalah peribadi, saya mungkin tak ada masa nak dengar. Itu mungkin, itu kelemahan yang saya kena akui. Jadi the more student I have, maknanya the more time I need to understand them. Okay. Yang kedua tadi, soalan Aida ialah bagaimana nak mendapat emotional independence when you are, far from each other. Sebenarnya Aida, when you are far from each other, when you are far from your important family members, it is a good opportunity for you to gain emotional independence. Imagine that you are staying with them at this age, and then every time you face issues, you face problem, you may refer to your parents and ask them for solution. Tapi at your age, and you are a doctoral student, I believe, I'm confident that, let's say you have some issues, maybe you will think, okay, what can I do first before I before I tell my parents? So by doing so, actually you are, you are trying to identify your own resources. Emotional independence doesn't mean that you are disconnected from your family. You are still connected to your family. However, you know how to manage your feeling. Kan, macam budak-budak muda yang adult, sometimes they develop intimate relationship with their, different genders, which is normal among young adult. Tapi katalah the relationship didn't work. So how are they going to manage the issue? Jadi nak menangis je ke, mengadu dengan mak semua kan, kalau kita kecil-kecil kanak-kanak, kita menangis, mak kita konsol, pujuk kan. Tapi when we already become adult, we have to find a coping mechanism, healthy coping mechanism. So of course lah, there are many healthy coping mechanism out there that we can try kan. So antaranya contoh leisure activities and so on. Sebab to me, at this age, during college days, your relationship with your family is like, maknanya you are trying to gain freedom, at the same time you are still maintaining contact with your family. We are not like some societies in which you try to gain independent and you just disconnect from your family, terus tak kisah family. So we are not coming from that particular, culture lah. Our culture still, encourage us to maintain harmonious relationship with family members. Okay, Aida. I hope I answer your question, Aida.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, dear Mrs. Melati. The answer is completely. Kok ini press ya? Okay. Okay, dear audience. On the both questions will be delivered by Miss Yuni Asmala. Yeah. The question is how to embrace my student spirit so that they always have a great motivation to face their daily online learning and continue their study. And okay, and then the next question will be delivered by Sofwan Jamil. Mas Sofwan Jamil. The question is how to evaluate the success of higher education in pandemic era. So the first question may be suitable, is answered by dear Mr. Mujibun, and Sofwan question will suitable is suitable.
How to evaluate the online, so there is the process of the evaluation.
Yeah.
The quantitative evaluation and the qualitative evaluation. The quantitative evaluation, we're talking about the measurements. Whenever we are talking about the qualitative evaluation, so we are involve the value judgments in behavioral terms, knowledge level. In the pandemic 19, no doubt. So knowledge level, understanding level, application level, skill level, values level, interest level, and attitude level. These are the level, include all the three domains of the personality of the students at any level of schooling, whether they are the primary, secondary, or higher level, and level of education. So we include all the components. Then how we have to make the framing of the questions for the sake of evaluating. Now the questions, the objective type questions, short answer type questions, essay type questions. Essay type questions, the long questions, and free and restricted essay type questions, and the free where the respondent and the respondents is free to give the answer of the question according to their own way. And whenever we are fixed, the answer of the question given within the 1500 words or 2000 words. So this is the restricted response essay types. The short answer types, the 100 words or 200 words answer, and the objective types, the true and false, fill in the blanks, and multiple choice items, matching types. So these are the types of the question at the time of framing the evaluation. How to make the evaluation? If we want to make the good qualitative evaluation, the multiple choice questions are very appropriate in the field of the objective questions. In this way, we can evaluate any process we can adopt. Any question, more questions regarding the evaluation process?
Well, excellent answers, dear Mr. Mujibul Hasan. Really, you are unwell today, but you have tried hard to have good presentation and answer all the questions. And would you please give us your closing statement for this meeting, Mr. Mujibul Hasan?
Please, can you repeat your question?
Yeah. Would you give us your closing statement?
Closing statement, yes.
Yeah, because the time is almost over.
Yes.
Yeah.
The topic is very good. International webinar, the role of higher education and global competencies, no doubt. So the role of higher education. So how to achieve the quality assurance. So the policy framers in the field of the higher education, they had to make the good curriculum of higher education, first of all.
Yeah,
if we want to achieve the objectives, we had to frame. But three things are required. The framing in planning, framing the objectives, then we have to make the well-formulated curriculums, and then we have to make the evaluation. The three things are very, very important at the time of making the curriculum and the objectives and the evaluation aspect of the higher education. Then we would be able to achieve the competencies in all aspects, whether at the general education or the professional education or the technical education or skills-based education. In conclusion, we can say that the skill-based education, each and every scholar, each and every student must be equipped with the skilled, whether the general education, with the help of the general education or the technical education or the professional education. So we have to include all things at the higher level. Become the competent. Competence means to solve the problems. Competence means to solve the problems. So each and every individual must have the problem solving approach. In such a way, the higher education policies must be framed in any country throughout the world. After completing the higher education, the student must be able to cope with the problems, and also he or she could be able to go outside the country, and he must be able to work well and compete with the other people in the other countries. So the demand of the graduate would be increased if the graduates are competent, if the postgraduates are competent, if the research scholars are competent in their fields. So at the international level, for this purpose, we have to make the curriculum internationalization. So at the time of making the curriculum, we have to consider the syllabus or the subject patterns of the other countries. For example, we are framing the curriculum of the engineering. So we had to take the engineering curriculum of the Japan, France, America, all the advanced countries. So we had to include the curriculum aspect in our own country. For example, we are talking about the Indonesia. So if we are framing the higher education at the field of the engineering or medical sciences, so at the time of the making the curriculum, we had to include the syllabi of the other countries. So we had to implement in Indonesia. The student will be able to learn after completing the higher education. their demand would be increased in other countries also. Naturally, the standard of the higher education of the Indonesia would be increased. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dear Mujibur Hassan Siddiqui, who is perfectly delivered on the presentation and answer all the questions quite well. And the last questions that is delivered by Sofan Jamil about how to evaluate the success of higher education in pandemic era is suitable, answered by Mrs. Melati. Time is yours.
Okay. Thank you,
Yeah,
Dr.
Melati.
Naima.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it is the last question of yours.
Okay, I understand that. Okay. So the question is how to evaluate the success of higher education in pandemic era. I think I heard Dr. Mujibul mentioned just now that higher education usually, they have qualitative and quantitative evaluation to make sure that what they deliver reach the student. However, based on my mental health perspective, because I'm a mental health practitioner, I agree with Dr. Mujibul. I just want to add some more. We apart from evaluating the success of the curriculum content, the success of delivering the curriculum content, we also have to evaluate how we have to ask students how the higher education help them to develop their personalities. So of course there are many ways to evaluate the success, such as through market survey. We ask the stakeholders. So one of the things that we usually do during the curriculum review is we ask the employers, in terms of our graduate that they employ, how they practice the knowledge that they have learned in higher education. I would say that the feedback that we receive from the stakeholders, from the employers, from the alumni are the most important reliable sources in order to evaluate the success of higher education, because we don't know whether the level of success, if it is come from the student only. We need to go beyond that. We need to find the feedback from employers, future employers, stakeholders, and also maybe any organization that they will be working with. Okay, I think that's all I want to respond to the second question.
Yeah, would you please give your closing statement, Dia Melati?
Okay, my closing statement. Of course, I would like to thank again the University Islam Sunan Kalijaga for having me as one of your speaker. It is a great pleasure to be in this online meeting. Although I think I'm happier if I can meet all of you face to face, and maybe sometime in the future. And also, to my friends who are lecturers at the University of Sunan Kalijaga, I would like to share that besides focusing on delivering of the knowledge to our students, we also have to listen to their issues, because understand that knowledge is important. However, the mental health state of our students are equally important. That's all. And then to students, be patient. We are being tested. I know that you have good lecturers, and they are trying their best to deliver and share their knowledge. Like it or not, you have to adjust. You have to adjust the way you learn. Because this is something that we never expect in the past. Okay, that's all. My closing statement.
Okay, thank you very much for the closing statement given by Mrs. Melati binti Sunatmi. And we know well that we have ever visited to Malaya University several times. So send our best regard to the Dean of Faculty of Education, Malaya University, and all the lecturers, because some of lecturers from Islamic education and teaching trainer, Sunan Kalijaga Islamic University. Yeah, I have visited several times to Faculty of Education.
Thank you so much.
University.
Thank you so much, madam, for organizing committee and all the persons who are in this international webinar. Thank you so much and giving the opportunity. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mujibur Hassan. Yeah. Okay.
Professor Mukim Sahab, Professor Mukim Sahab.
Okay, would you please?
Special thanks to Professor Mukim Sahab.
Yeah. Well, the time is over and no more questions given by the audience. And let me send this session to the MC, to Mr. Saiful Basir. Time is yours, Mr. Basir.
More questions? Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much to Sibawaiji MA and Dr. Hajah Naimah M. for becoming our moderator today's event. And also thank you so much for all speakers for provided knowledge and materials today.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah,
We hope that the knowledge we got today we can useful for all of us. Well, distinguished guest participants, ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the final course of this event. Thank you so much for all participants. As the master of ceremony, Sheikhul Bashir, I apologize for any mistake in presenting in this event until this moment. But before I close the web seminar, let me take the photo all of you for this web seminar. Please, I hope for all participants, please turn on your camera so we can take the photo for a moment. Okay, are you ready?
Bye.
Okay, for the next. Okay, thank you everyone. Thanks again. I want to say once more again to thank you for all speakers and participants. Let's end this event together by reciting Hamdalah together. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Go to the market to buy fish. There are only 2 fish in the location. Thank you. I really wish we will see in another good occasion. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim, siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Amin.
Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. إياك نعبد وإياك
Baik, untuk teman-teman semuanya, untuk Zoom kami tutup ya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih semuanya.
Wabarakatuh.